Hello, hi everyone. I hope you're all doing good. It was a bit of a mess there. I started stream early because apparently when I updated OBS last, it set the keybind. I think it's because I removed some okay, bad way to start a story, but basically I have like an add-on, I guess, or like a extra thing for OBS so I can do the like transitions like this, right? Um, but to update OBS, I had to actually remove those temporarily because it kept like not thinking OBS was closed. So I removed them, like updated OBS, and now apparently start streaming was bound to one of those buttons. So when I was testing stuff, I kept going live accidentally and I didn't realize why. But now I know and I fixed it, so that's good. Going live accidentally is not what I want. Like, whoops, oh right, I'm live now. I didn't mean to do that. But it was fine. It was only 2 minutes beforehand. It is fine. I just quickly went into the starting soon screen and everything. Um, but yeah, we're playing more Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel 2 today. So I guess we just get into that, right? I slept pretty well today. It's been pretty good overall. Um, yeah, been nice weather too as well.
Please remember that when you feel scared
Nay.
or frightened, never forget Sims when you feel happy. When day is dark, all remember happy day.
I'll remember. I hope you're doing well, Lay. Are you looking forward to tonight? Because we are playing D&D, right? I think that's still the plan. I don't know if everyone can make it, but I hope we're at least playing. But yeah, where were we? So we ended with Reen getting taken away again. So we found everyone. The plan stands. Nice. That's good. Holly isn't around. Yeah, I knew that much. So we found the party. We had everyone together. All the classmates were together. We had a great time, and then we got attacked, and now the enemy... We got massively beaten, essentially. And the enemy was like, okay, we'll leave you alone. Well, we'll leave your friends alone if you come with us. And of course, being the good boy we are, we were like, okay, fine, I'll go with you. And have a chat. So now we lost everyone again and we were alone. It's great. You have lunch and nap because you're sicky? Oh no, get better soon, Lay. I hope it's not too bad and get some rest. Yeah. So let's get into this and see what's going on. So we're on the enemy airship in enemy territory. The Pentagrul. Oh, they bound him. Oh. We can't use him now. Our boy.
So this is what Duke Cayenne looks like from up close. It's hard to believe that I've ended up in the same room as the leader of the Noble Alliance.
Wait, did we never meet Dukayan? I guess we didn't. Not up close, at least.
Although, I guess we did meet
Oh, no,
back
he
in
did.
Legram
We
before
did.
the war broke out.
Reen Schwarzer. Truth be told, We don't want this war to drag on any more than you do.
Really?
Well,
We
yeah.
only acted as we did due in part to our dearly departed Chancellor's behavior being far too unreasonable to justify turning a blind eye.
Ah, yes, unreasonable. Very unreasonable to give the people power, right?
He garnered the trust of His Majesty, and in turn misused that trust. He flagrantly disregarded this nation's beloved culture and traditions, treating Erebonia as if it were his own personal property.
I mean, that still doesn't warrant a military coup that puts you back in power, though.
Surely you too noticed this.
Well, I can't say I disagree.
I mean, yeah, he wasn't a good guy, but
We did hear story after story during our field studies about how aggressive his policies were, about the way he didn't care how many enemies he made as a result, creating terrorist groups like the Imperial Liberation Front.
But as I said, the cause of our nation's ills is now gone.
wait, did he want? I don't actually remember what he wanted, really. It's been too long.
Now, all that remains is to turn back the hands of time just a touch, and the good old days of the Empire will be upon us once more.
Right. Well, it's not that simple, is it?
The key to this bright future lies in putting aside our differences and joining hands. Am I wrong?
I'm afraid that yes, you are. Do you honestly believe that people can so easily put aside their differences after all the Alliance has done?
Mm-hmm.
You occupied Heimdall and effectively took every one of its citizens hostage, imprisoned the Imperial family. And let's not forget how you're now in league with the enemy nation responsible for the destruction of Gorelia Fortress. After all that, the Imperial army would never bow their heads to the likes of you, even if the rest of the population did.
My word, I'm afraid there's been a terrible misunderstanding. The Imperial family is simply under our loving protection. They certainly haven't.
Yes,
imprisoned.
I mean, sure, that's a nice way to put it. They just can't leave. They're not imprisoned. What do you mean? We're just caring for them and making sure they're protected in this nice little cell that we've created for them. It's not a prison, really.
But that does bring me to exactly why I want you to help us.
It does?
The Azure Knight is already on our side. But if we had your Ashen Knight as well, that would mean we'd have two of the great knights of Erebonian legend to put into play. Couple
Right.
them with our Panzer Soldats, and the Imperial Army's armored divisions would cower before us. You may not find us winning the war ideal, but this union benefits everyone more than carrying on until our inevitable victory,
Trinity, hello. Yeah, his mustache is not great, is it? It's an interesting choice. I hope you're doing well.
I don't think it's that simple.
But this guy is the leader of the Noble Alliance. I don't want to call them evil necessarily, but they're nobles. I mean, they're not good. They're not good people.
I beg to differ. The presence of Soldats units on a battlefield makes a tremendous difference. What they may lack in firepower and armor compared to tanks, they make up for in mobility and versatility. But more important than even those factors is the psychological impact they have on our opponents.
Of course.
Well,
We're only human. As such, we are as captivated as we are terrified of giant beings bearing human form.
You get the impression that the moral lines in this game are very gray. Yeah, they are. Quite a lot. I mean, we try to do good, but even that is not always the way it goes. So you share the good news or the bad news first? I tend to like bad news first, so the good news can hopefully kind of, you know, that I get the bad out over with, and then the good can kind of clear the room again. Does that make sense? Clear the air. So what kind of news?
And if that holds true even for mass-produced soul dots made with modern technology, it will be all the more true for the divine knights of legend you and Crow possess.
Your job was removed from the company and so were you. Oh no. Oh, that's awful. So what's the good news then?
Can't argue with that logic.
I will say it once more. Gileath Osborne is dead.
Yeah, we know he's been dead for months. Well, a month and a half, I guess.
And with his death, all that's left to be done is end this ridiculous war and return order to the Empire.
He really is like, oh yeah, we just killed this guy and now we just go back to normal as if nothing happened, and the citizens will be fine with it. Like, okay, sure, dudes.
Only then will everything be as it should. That includes both your pleasant academy life and the peaceful days of darling Elise and her friend the princess.
Are you trying to?
Whatever you ultimately decide, their safety is guaranteed.
Good news is that your college is signing you up for classes at the end of the month, which offers you quite a few financial benefits. It's going to help you mitigate the loss of income while you look for another job. That is very nice. That's good at least. I hope your job search goes well, that you find something fitting and hopefully well paying as well very quickly.
I would ask that you promise him this, if nothing else, Your Grace.
But of course, I'm not a monster.
Rufus.
We may stand on opposite sides of this conflict, but I still sit on Thor's board of directors.
Still scary at 0 warning, no support. It's just, we don't need you anymore. Bye. Yeah, that's crazy. Samit, hello, welcome. Oh god, I can't imagine, because over here, companies can't just do that. Legally, they have to keep you on for a month. They can't just get rid of you instantly. Like, once they let you know, you have to be able to stay for a month at least to look for something else. Specifically not to have these types of circumstances. So yeah, that's crazy that they can just do that. And I do think they can technically do something with like severance pay or something, so that if they pay you enough money, then they can just get you out. But that means you have the money to then basically do the same thing as if you were working. Legally here, employment is at will, so employers can just let you go instantly. Yeah, because it's both sides. If you want to leave the company, then you also have to give a month's heads up, basically. Severance package, it's not a thing here either. Yeah, I know. Steven, hello. Did you? Oh yeah, you won in the end. I saw that, actually. Let me give you a shout out. How was Northgard? Welcome everyone. Double Fumble, Emma, welcome. We live in a world where laws to protect people is ignored if it's profitable to do so. Yeah. Oh god. Contacting a lawyer because you feel like as a disabled individual you might have some legal support. Yeah, certainly do that. Make sure that you have like you're within your rights, right? But yeah, we're playing The Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel 2. We're like in the middle of the story of this game. So if you're confused, fair. That is completely normal. I can explain things if you don't know what's going on. Alice, hello. Mainly right now, we're playing anime drama, the game, true. So, we are Reen, this guy with the cat ears. He doesn't normally have cat ears. He's not a cat boy, normally. We gave him those, because it's fun. We are a student, and we are trying to get our pals together. We did get our pals together, but we got attacked by a bunch of, well, nobles, essentially, by these guys that we're on the airship with. And we got basically destroyed, completely annihilated, and they were just like, look, we'll leave if you come with us. Like, we'll leave your friends alone, you come with us. So we were like, okay, fine, we'll come with. And now we're on their airship, and they're trying to get us to join their crew so that they can end the war by putting the nobles back in power and destroying the lost forces of resistance. We don't want to do that. But they also are holding our sister and the princess hostage. So we're kind of a little bit in a tight spot. It's not the best. He just wears them because I love cat ears. He wears them because I found there were cat ears and I think it's funny.
And in that capacity, I suggest you consider carefully the choice before you. After all, every soldier must decide for himself whether a cause is worth fighting, perhaps even dying for. I look forward to hearing your answer.
And then everyone leaves. Please come with us, Masterine. We will escort you to your guest room. Food and refreshments will be provided for you there. Oh, food. Nice. You understand the aristocracy of the nobles being in power, but what's the other side? A democracy of some kind? I think... So there was the Chancellor before, who was turning a little bit into more of a tyrant. But he also had some good ideas. And the nobles didn't like that he was pulling more power towards him and the nation in general. So the nobles shot him. That started the war. Because there's also the imperial family. So the monarchy, right? And the nobles want to pull more power from the monarchy. It's the monarchy versus nepotism. Kinda, yeah. It's not great. I mean, we know the princess and prince personally, and they're not bad people, so that's alright, I guess. But yeah, we do want to we do want to get more towards the democracy, but as a single student, it's kind of a difficult thing to do. Well, even as a class of students, it's a difficult thing to, like, get the power back in the hands of the people, you know? Oh, welcome, Stephen. Finally survived long enough to get the lore victory. Yeah, I saw. I was there. I'm glad. I hope
All
the
that's
stream
left
went
to be
well.
done is end this ridiculous war and return order to the Empire. Only then will everything be as it should.
Will everything be as it
That
should?
includes both your pleasant academy life and the peaceful days of darling Elise and her friend the princess.
God, I hate Dukayan so much.
I suggest you consider carefully the choice before you. After all, every soldier
Yeah, we
must-
just
I look forward to hearing your answer.
heard all this. I get that he's having a thoughts about the whole
It's hard to
situation,
argue that
but
this war began because the noble faction went too far.
he chatted more fair.
But the longer it goes on, the more people are going to suffer. Am I really okay with that? If I join them, I could reduce the number of victims, be friends with Crow again, free Elise and Princess Elfin.
Yeah, because Rena's like, well, we could end the war early. Even if it does mean that the nobles are in power, at least, like, things will kind of go back to sort of normal for him. Because the war is over. People wouldn't be as hurt, you know, by all the fighting. I get that he's like, maybe I just should do that. Even if it's a bad choice, right? Did I ever watch Sailor Moon? I mean, episodes of it, I guess, whenever it was on. I didn't really, like, religiously watch it or anything, but I've seen it.
No, this isn't that simple. Think, Rain, think. I was able to reunite with the others, but Elise and Princess Alphen are still in the Alliance's custody. What's the best thing I can do? This isn't just about me. What do all of us want to do?
Keep racking your brain like that and smoke will start coming out of your ears.
That Crow? Yep. Hi, Crow. Murderer. You murderer. So this is the guy that shot the Chancellor. And he's also our classmate and friend. Just, yeah, he's a murderer. He's I don't know, is it, what is it called if you, like, assassinate the leader of a country? Because it's not a good word, I imagine. A coup? I guess, but he's not the leader of the said coup. You know? Near the end of the series, an ultra-powerful villain named Galaxia threatened the world, and it was revealed that other planets had literally sacrificed their own Sailor Guardians to appease Galaxia so they wouldn't be vaporized. Is peace truly worth it if the evil people are in power? Yeah, that's... God. It's a good question. I mean, that's why Reen doesn't want to do it as well.
What do you want?
Hey now, no need to give me that look.
I mean, you did kill the Chancellor and basically ignite a war that nearly destroyed our lives. Or it did kind of destroy our lives. Like, I know you're not the leader in all this and that you were just the one who pulled the trigger, but that is pretty big. That's a pretty big thing. And it kind of makes you deserve a glare or two, you know? I don't think you can complain about someone glaring at you and looking at you like you're evil when you ignited a war. Oh god.
I figured I was gonna find you busy thinking everything over like your life depended on it. And what do you know? I was right.
The fact that he's so just casual about it as well. He's like, oh yeah, cool.
How about you mind your own damn business?
Yeah, tell him, Reen.
Don't you have better things to do with your time? I figured the glorious Azure Chevalier would be far too busy with the war to be hanging out around here.
It's tough being popular. If you joined us, I could get away with doing half the work I am now. So come on, stop freaking out about it so much and make a choice.
This isn't something I can just decide by flipping a coin, Crow. And besides, it'd probably be an easier choice if not for a certain someone. What's that in your hand, anyway?
Grub, of course.
Oh my god, okay. Food.
Kinda early, but I brought you your lunch.
Yay,
If I join you?
food. That's yay. Oh, burgers. Square burgers.
Hamburgers, fries, and onion rings, huh?
Why are the burgers squares? I mean, it looks pretty good still, but why are they squares? Have you never had square burgers? I guess not. No. I mean, I guess it makes sense that they'd exist, but I don't think I have had them. It's waffles instead of meat. So it's a waffle inside of a bun with lettuce. That would be interesting. I don't I don't think I'd want to eat that. It's a lot of carbs for sure. Or yeah, whatever. My brain. Hamburgers that don't have ham and french fries that aren't from France. It's true. Are those onion rings as well? I think so. Nice. Oh, he says it as well. I should have read it.
I was expecting something more fancy like I had last night.
Oh, that kind of food more your thing? Okay then, give me a minute while I go ask the chef to whip something up.
No, this is fine. The burger looks delicious.
Cool. All right, dig in.
This tastes kinda different from a normal burger. Oh, no wonder. It's got whitefish in it.
Yeah, they're called fish burgers.
Oh, fish burgers.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah, the tartar sauce makes for an unusual extra flavoring too.
Square fish burgers. Jaeger, thank you for the hydrate. I don't think I've had fish burgers before, but I'm not much of a fish person anyway. I don't like the seafood generally. It's made from people. No, people are not fish. Jaeger. Good morning, Sylvie. Hello. What's the difference between a fish burger and a fish sandwich? I don't know. I don't know. Is there a difference?
This tastes amazing. I like this way more than the food I had last night, to be honest.
Well, glad to hear. Guess it was worth putting my cooking skills to the test after all.
Oh. Crow made this.
Wait, you made this?
Was my first time cooking in a while, too. Sharon could probably do better, though. But I wanted to give it a shot anyway. This stuff was like soul food back in Jirai, where I grew up.
Oh.
To think, all the time we spent searching for the leader of the Imperial Liberation Front, and he was right under our noses.
Flashback.
Crow Armbrust from the Jirai SEZ.
Oh, yeah. Vita was using some weird thing of hers to let you see what was going on, wasn't she? So I guess you saw what happened there.
God, The fact that we're just sitting here eating burgers with this guy. Just, oh yeah, classic. He only killed the Chancellor and ignited the war. It's fine. I mean, we're still classmates and all. Even though we're on the opposite end of this whole conflict. It's very casual, though.
Yeah. Jirai was that special economic zone in the northwest you guys went to during our August field study, too.
Guess you need to murder him and take his burger. It would solve a lot of issues, but we are currently on an enemy airship, surrounded by enemies. I think if I kill him, I will die too. We will have two. We'll have 2 burgers before we die, though. So is it worth it? Maybe. Maybe. I guess it makes sense, seeing as it's under strict control of the Imperial government and not the noble. Seem to recall it was annexed 8 years ago, is that right? Yeah, the Empire stitched it on nice and neat without much opposition. Now it's prospering as a special economic zone on the coast, seemed like a pretty lively place.
So you ended up going back to your old hometown then?
Yeah, he was pretending he didn't know much about it, but he actually lived there.
Yeah, by pure coincidence. It's changed a lot since I was last there, so it was kind of surreal being back again. But it was nostalgic in its own way, too.
If Putin offered to have lunch with you, you'd say yes, not because you have any love for the guy, but maybe you'd be able to talk some sense into him. I guess, yeah, that is fair. Like, it's good to at least have a chat with him, even if we don't trust the guy one bit anymore.
It's been bugging me for a long time now. What could have made you want to join a group of terrorists like the Imperial Liberation Front?
Also, free food is free. True.
What was it that made you hate Chancellor Osborne that much? Enough to take his life? Oh, tell me, Crow. Please.
Yeah, why'd you kill him? Why'd you kill him, Crow?
I want to know what it was that made you who you are now. What kind of place Jirai was, how you lived there, and what you were doing before you entered the academy and met Toa, Angelica, and George.
Where's the fun in prying into a guy's past?
I mean, we kind of want to know what got you to do all this, Crow. I feel like it makes a lot of sense to want to know, why would you murder a guy and start a war? Like, that isn't just like, oh, I felt like it. That is he didn't like the way he ate. He made smacking noises. Fair. You know what? I shoot him too. No, that's not true. It's not true at all.
Save all that talk for your #1 in class. Who's the lucky girl anyway? Elisa? Laura? Emma? Fee?
Crow? What the heck?
And don't tell me it's Milliam, because, you know,
I'm serious, Crow. I really want to know.
Of course it's not freaking Milliam. It's also not Fee. Because they're both like... I think Milliam is... like 13. Fee is like 16 maybe? It'd be a little bit weird, Crow. Don't mention those, okay?
Think of telling me your past is paying off the interest you owe on that 50 Mira. Because until I know, until we know, we won't be able to move forward.
You're really serious.
Crow?
My past really isn't that big of a deal, you know. It's got nothing on yours, that's for sure. If you find yourself thinking that's all when I'm done, well, I warned you. So, you really want to know?
Yeah. Nothing you say will change my mind. Please, tell me.
All right, you win. Like I said, it's just your run-of-the-mill sob story.
Yay, sob story.
Pick up any history textbook and you'll probably find a dozen others just like it. It's the kind of story that's so common no one bothers to remember it, like it never even happened.
Flashback.
Back in those days, Jirai was known as Jirai City. It was a city-state off the coast of northwest Zemuria that prospered through maritime trade with West Erebonia, Northumbria, and Remiferia. It had a population of around 150,000 people, so it wasn't exactly a big place or anything. Because of that, the surrounding nations left it alone and let us live out our days in peace. We were pretty fortunate, all things considered, until about 20 years ago. That was when the Northumbrian disaster struck, and much of the Principality of Northumbria was turned to salt.
Right, don't mind that, by the way. We don't care about Ambria being turned into salt. That's not important right now. Don't worry about that. You know, an entire principality being turned into salt is fine.
And as a result, trade on the Northwest Shore was reduced to virtually nothing.
It happens, you know, sometimes a place just turns into salt. It's when the people get too salty.
Day after day, Jirai's prosperity started to fade away. Still, it wasn't all bad. We had our fishing, our historic landmarks, our septium mines. We could make use of those to get trade going again, both to keep our state running and to help out Northumbria. In fact, the one who advocated that approach was the mayor, my grandfather.
Huh.
He was the last mayor Jirai City ever had. He was a stubborn old bastard, but he had this wry sense of humor, and was well loved by everyone. I lost my mom and dad early, so he was also my only living relative. He taught me just about everything a guy could know.
I like that he just brushes over the fact, oh yeah, my mom and dad are gone, by the way.
He was like a mom, dad, and your old master rolled into one, I guess. Anyway, fast forward to 10 years ago. Out of nowhere, we received this proposal from the Erebonian government. They said they wanted to extend a railway line from Heimdall all the way to Jirai. We relied on the sea for trade before, but there wasn't any reason to believe we couldn't benefit from being connected to Heimdall by rail.
Yeah, that seems useful.
The proposal drew overwhelming support from the city's council, and as a result, my grandfather was forced to accept. Within a year, the city had all of its old life back and then some. The streets were more bustling than ever. But keep in mind, this was the result of huge amounts of imperial capital flowing into the city. Land and buildings we once treasured were bought up left and right. Everything became a target for investment. People only cared about making money.
Ah, capitalism.
Something similar supposedly happened in Crossbell too, but unlike there, no opposition existed in Jirai. My grandfather sensed something was off, and he tried what he could to get the situation under control. Then one day, someone blew up the railway line leading to Jirai. Everyone demanded that it be repaired as quickly as possible. Everyone except the Imperial government. Instead, they panned our national security arrangements for being insufficient and threatened to withdraw all Imperial capital.
Oh. Ooh, I see. That is interesting. So they're like injected with lots of money, like buy up all kinds of property, sabotage the rail line on purpose, blame the country for it, and then are like, okay, now what are you gonna do? No trade? Because now you're reliant, and we can just pull out and destroy your entire nation. Unless you meet our demands, probably.
The city was left in an uproar like we'd never seen. Shares plummeted, and with no one able to ascertain the culprit's identity, chaos reigned. That was when he showed up.
He?
Chancellor Gileath
Oh yeah,
Osborne,
Osborne, there
in
he
his
is.
third year as representative of the Imperial government, personally came to Jirai. We then received a second proposal.
The restoration of the railway and its future security will be seen to by the Imperial Army. In return for our continued assistance in safekeeping, Jirai will come under the wing of our glorious empire.
Yep, there you go. It's like, yeah, in return, you'll just be part of us. Just, it's fine. You'll still have...
Attain even greater prosperity.
You'll still
as a
have
special
some say.
economic zone.
The timing was too good to be true, really. Realizing this, my grandfather staunchly opposed the idea. He tried everything he could to convince the city's council to reject the offer. Unfortunately, once you taste the sweet fruit of prosperity, it's hard to want to go back.
Economic imperialism, yeah.
The council, made up of influential merchants and all their greed, jumped at the offer. And tempted by the elimination of customs, together with the tax breaks from being an SEZ, many of the citizens did too.
Yep.
And during all that, they'd conveniently found a suspect behind the railway incident, my grandfather.
Convenient. Yeah, that's a word for it. Scapegoat.
He loved Jirai more than anyone, and up till then, its people loved him too. And yet, virtually overnight, he found himself facing the wrath of both the city's council and the citizens alike.
Probably because he was the only one opposed. So they were like, okay, we need to get rid of this guy.
Left with no choice, he resigned from his position as mayor, and Jirai formally became part of the Empire. Both of these things happened on the same exact day. That was 8 years ago. Naturally, everyone knew my grandfather wasn't the one who did it. They knew who was really responsible. They just turned a blind eye to the truth. See? I warned you. Just your run-of-the-mill sob
I
story.
feel like that wasn't run-of-the-mill, though. Especially the part about a nation turning to salt, or at least part of a nation turning to salt. That's not a normal story, my dude. I mean, I think I knew about the salt incident, but it's been just vaguely mentioned every now and then. And I'm like, I want to know more about this salt incident. Like, how can a city basically be turned to salt? Like, did the people turn to salt? Did everything turn to salt? Like, how does that work?
I don't know what to say, Crow.
But they
What
just
happened to
mention
him after
it.
that? Your grandfather.
One day, he just up and died.
Well, I mean, he probably was old at that point, right?
Once he resigned, the whole affair with the railway getting blown up was all but forgotten. He lived comfortably in retirement for about half a year, fell ill, and that was that.
Yeah.
He just lost the will to go on, I guess. Like I said, he was the only family I had. I mean, I had plenty of friends even then, but I chose to leave it all behind. I was 13 at the time. I wandered the land, doing whatever I had to get by.
Oof.
That was when I met old Cayenne, who happily indulged my hatred for the Chancellor. And with his financial backing, I went out with the goal to find others who were just like me.
Yeah, so he basically just wanted revenge for what happened there. So I get that he wanted to kill the Chancellor, but putting the nobles in power, like joining the nobles? I don't know, that doesn't seem like a good idea. Maybe it's covered in a different Legend of Heroes game? Probably. There's 2 I haven't played that are in between Trails of the Sky and the Trails of Cold Steel. And I think they play out in a different part. I don't think they play out near Jirai, but maybe it's mentioned. I don't know. Or maybe it's mentioned later, that it's just more like foreshadowing. That because they do a lot of fleshing out that they don't necessarily expand upon. until later, because they know they want to do a lot with this world, so they're putting things here and there that are very interesting, and they can later make a game around it, which is a very good way to go about it, I guess, because it makes the world so interesting and it keeps people engaged with, well, yeah, the world and these games in general. You'd want to play another one because what happens next? What about this thing? What is this story about? It's really cool.
That was the beginning of the Imperial Liberation Front. Gideon, Scarlet, and Vulcan were among those I recruited. I'd also met Vita then. I only knew her as the woman who would often come to see Cayenne. She guided me to a place below the city of Ordis, and there slept the Azure Knight Ordine. One after another, I overcame the same trials you did with your friends, but alone. And once I'd proven myself worthy, Ordine accepted me as his awakener. That was 3 years ago. I was 16. My preparations complete, I concealed my background and enrolled in a military academy near the capital. Everything I did for the sole purpose of taking the Chancellor's head.
Yeah, and then in his last year, well, I think it was his 3rd year in the academy, he met us, joined our class, and then eventually shot the Chancellor, rather. Igniting the war and staging a military coup.
Come on now, what's with the face? You look sadder about all this than I do.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, this is the first we've heard of it, and you're the one who's been living it this whole time, so you've probably processed a lot of that already. Or not, and just keep it hidden. That's also possible, but...
I swear. I'm not trying to tell you the Chancellor was evil or anything.
What?
Still, there's no denying that he managed to outwit my grandfather.
Okay. So, he's like, I didn't think he was evil, but I did shoot the guy. Sorry? That doesn't make you... That doesn't make it better. I feel like that makes it worse. Like, I can understand if you think, like, oh, he was a really bad person, he needed to go. But saying, oh no, I didn't think he was evil, is crazy.
And he may have lost, but Pop's always loved a good gamble. It's thanks to him that I'm pretty good at chess, card games, that kind of stuff. I'd say it's fairly normal for a student to want to avenge his master's defeat, wouldn't you?
Maybe.
Is it?
At the end of the day, there's no denying this country has problems, and the Chancellor's methods were making them worse.
I mean, I would have understood, like, a duel, but you shot him with a sniper rifle, my dude. From like the other side of town on a rooftop. You shot the guy from a massive distance. It wasn't even like we meet again. Like you played my grandfather, prepare to die, or something like that. The Chancellor was just giving a speech, and he interrupted it with a sniper rifle shot in the chest. Straight to the heart, I believe. Like, that doesn't feel honorable to me, just saying.
I studied those problems, worked out how to use the situation to my advantage, and then won the game with an all-or-nothing gamble. But when you think of how peaceful Dry is now, I'd say I've got a duty to clear up the mess left behind by my game too, which means ending this war and restoring peace.
You call it a game. You can't just call it a game, Crow.
So it's only when
Straight
that's
up
done that
chaotic
my game is
neutral. It
truly
does
over.
feel it, yeah. God, you can't just do a little wink face here.
I don't want
Pat
whatever
that.
your decision is to be influenced by my past, okay?
Oh my god. Oh, Crow, what the heck?
Like Rufus said, you need to think long and hard about what it is you're fighting for. For you, more than anyone else.
Yeah, but Crow.
Anyway, I think I've stuck around here for long enough. You're gonna be treated as a visitor. Well, sort of. It's about time for the higher-ups to head back to Heimdall, so go ahead and pass the time however you want.
However I want. What else can I even do here?
Oh. Another airship? Oh, it's Peter and Rufus and Cayenne? Where are they going?
There'll be no guards outside your room, so if you want to try and escape, be my guest. Just keep in mind that some members of Ouroboros and Zephyr are on board too. Not to mention me, Scarlet, and Vulcan. So if you're up for a gamble of your own, get ready to take all of us.
You wonder if the game will legitimately let you decide which path to take? No. It's very unlikely, because they would have to then, for the next game, have like, because there's two more games in this series. They'd have to, in the next games, then have those branching paths fleshed out. Like, that's an impossibility. It's way too big of a game for that. It's mostly linear. The main choice that you have is in like who you like more of your classmates. There's some choices here and there, but nothing like crazy big. But like a choice to join them or fight against them is too big of a choice to like split up. They can't do that. It would be linear.
Sounds fun.
Oh yeah, one more thing. There's this real cute visitor in the guest of honors room on the second floor.
What?
I think she'd perk right up if she saw you. So why not go pay her a visit? Just don't go making your girl jealous, okay?
Who?
I wonder who he means. He said she's in the guest of honors room.
Guest of honor.
Well, I can't waste much time here. I told everyone I'd definitely come back soon. Right now, I need to gather as much information as I can. I can make my choice after that. At least then, it'll be an informed one.
I don't know. So, who would be a guest of honor? But they could also be like guest of honor in quotation marks, right? Oh my god, there's so many story events. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is there more down this way? Or are we not allowed down? If it isn't Masterine, is there something we can help you with? Should have figured I wouldn't be able to get through here. Yeah, okay, so they won't let me pass. I guess we just... So were we in here? Wait, there's a vent. There's a vent. I want to escape. Fine.
I can sense someone inside.
Knock knock.
Come on in if you like.
That sounds like. Excuse me.
It's Scarlet. Hello.
Hello there, love. I'd heard you came on board yesterday, so I did wonder whether we would run into one another at some point.
Hello, Scarlet. Last time we spoke was a month and a half ago near Trista, I think.
Quite a memorable day for both of us, wasn't it? There's no need to stand over there. Come and have a seat. I'll pour us some tea.
You really don't have to.
Okay, she doesn't listen. That's fair.
Well, I guess there's no harm in chatting for a bit.
Yeah, we're chatting with all our enemies today.
These tea leaves really are wonderful, aren't they?
Poker in the eye and poker in the good eye and steal this stuff. Imagine.
Only the best for the airship of Erebonia's most powerful noble, I suppose.
I don't think she needs her eye to kill me. Just saying.
I have to admit, the fragrance is like no tea I've ever had before. You're right, though. It makes sense if it's something Duke Cayenne personally chose.
Oh? I was under the impression that your family is a part of the nobility, too. Your father is a baron, isn't he?
He might be a noble, but generally barons aren't all that wealthy. We live a relatively modest lifestyle.
Oh, really? I wouldn't have thought it before, but maybe my family was actually more well off than yours.
And Scarlet, I heard she lost her old hometown when he went and built a railway through it.
What kind of family did you come from then?
Oh, they weren't nobles, if that's what you're wondering. They were just relatively wealthy farmers. We were almost local celebrities in a way.
Oh, I see.
You're wondering how someone like me became a terrorist? It's
yes,
all
actually.
over your face.
Well, I can't deny that I'm curious. I heard that you lost your hometown because Osborne built a railway through it.
Oh, did C tell you? No, I suppose it must have been V. He never was
Why
one
do you
to keep
still
quiet
use-
about things.
Why do you still use just the first letter? You can't just full name them, you know? You can just say Crow or something. You don't have to be... Maybe she's just used to it at this point. I don't know.
So, I mean, what happened?
Some things are best left unsaid, I think. It's not as if knowing would somehow allow you to change things.
I suppose.
You're so adorable, Reen. Now I know why C took a liking to you. What do you say? How about you come and fight with me and the other big girls and boys? It'll be fun, I promise.
Please stop teasing me. Anyway, thank you for the tea. It wasn't just made with
You didn't even
high-quality
drink
leaves.
it.
It was brewed exceptionally too.
It's still there, Reen. Why did you not drink it?
You're
If you
very
like
welcome.
it so much.
Oh, actually, I may as well ask while I have the chance. Where did you learn how to use that weapon of yours anyway? It's pretty unique.
Oh, that? I suppose it can't hurt to tell you. The holy city of Arteria.
The Arteria? Where the high seat of the Septian Church is?
That's the one. It's called a Templar sword, and it's a traditional weapon in the church.
Yep.
A few years ago, I was studying to be a sister and was trained in how to use it there.
Templar swords are pretty cool. They're like
Surely you must be talking about some other church,
they're like
right?
chain. What's it called? They're like interlinked pieces that like extend, so they can be used as like almost a whip as well. So like it can extend the sword to hit far away. Does that make sense? I don't know if my explanation is any good, but they're pretty cool.
You're telling me there are sisters in the Septian Church who use weapons like that?
There are more things in this world you don't know than you could possibly imagine. Well, it doesn't matter much now. I ended up returning to Erebonia before my training was complete.
Oh?
Anyway, that's all I'm telling you for now. I'll give you the full story if you decide to join us. Sound fair? And if you choose not to join, well, that way has its own charms, I suppose.
Okay. So we're meeting
She
with
ended up
all
being
of
a
our
lot friendlier
enemies
than I
and
expected
just,
her to be.
I guess, talking to them, figuring out a little bit more about them.
I wonder how much of what she was saying about being a sister was true. She seemed to really hate the Chancellor. I wonder what she intends to do now that he's gone.
Okay, next.
I can sense someone inside, and judging by the fact that S is in the next room,
Is it Big V?
It's open. Come on in.
excuse me.
Big V. There he is. Vulcan.
Oh, it's you. You finished talking with C?
His name's Crow, not C,
Why did you not correct Scarlet, Reen? She also did it.
and he's never going to be anything else for me.
Oh, I know his real name, but to us, he's always gonna be C. That's our leader. He might be young, but each and every one of us look up to him and respect him. Anyway, take a seat. Got a whole lot of questions, I bet.
Does you asking that mean you're willing to answer them?
Depends on the questions.
Just out of curiosity, how many members does the Imperial Liberation Front have left? I know the explosion back in the mine was staged, obviously.
Sure was. Anyway, 10, give or take. We lost most of our members as soon as the war started kicking into gear.
Oh. Is that because the group's primary objective had been fulfilled?
Basically, yeah. We all came from different backgrounds. But the one thing we had in common was that we hated that bastard's guts.
Right, so everyone hated the Chancellor, I get that. So why are you still here, though?
So after he'd kicked it, most of the guys didn't really have any reason for sticking around.
I mean, they say, at least Crow said, it's to end the war quickly. To clean up the mess that they created, but... I feel like then you're just making stuff worse in the end as well.
Can't say I blame him for calling it quits.
Crow said that seeing this war through to its end was the last part of his game. Are the members who haven't left sticking around for similar reasons?
Interesting question. Can't speak for the others, but me? I don't really care how this war goes. I mean, I'm a former Jaeger who can hold his own in a fight. I've always lived for war.
He just likes the war, sure,
Teaching those
fair.
dumbasses in the provincial armies how to pilot soldats is a job worth doing, even if it's a pain. If we disband, I'll find myself something else to do.
I see.
He's just keeping himself busy, you know?
I can't defend the
I respect
assassination
it.
of the Chancellor or what you did near Trista.
Kind of.
But I'd be happy if you chose to disband at least.
You're a funny kid, being oddly nice to us after all the shit we caused, don't you think?
The cycle of hatred's gone on for long enough.
Fair.
Crimes you've committed will never vanish, but no one wants this war to go on longer than it has to. It's not as though you guys want war, do you?
That's enough of the niceties. You've got time to worry about us. Use it to worry about yourself. Whether you choose to side with the Alliance or go against them, you've got a tough road ahead, whether you like it or not. Make sure to think long and hard before you decide. And if we end up as enemies again, show me what you got. On the battlefield, I mean.
What? Where else?
Excuse me.
Where? What do you mean? On the battlefield, I mean. Where else would I show you what?
Think I might have been too harsh on the kid. Still. Yeah. He's probably perfect for the job.
He saw right through me. He's not wrong, though. I should be worrying about myself right now. He seemed kind of different, though. Like he'd lost his spark. His sole objective in life seemed to be to get revenge for his old Jaeger Corps killed by Osborn. Maybe he's just not sure what to do with himself now that he's done just that?
Sounded like it, yeah. Oh, hi. It's a butler. On the piano, nice. Oh, there's Blue Blanc. There's some nice paintings over here. Beautiful. What's this? Is there anything I might be able to help you with? I'll do anything that I can make
This should be the guest of honors room.
to make your stay a pleasant one.
It sounds like whoever's in there is busy. Might be better to swing by later.
Right, okay. So it wants me to do all the other events first before doing the actual guest of honor thing. Let's go this way. Oh, it's Armor Girl.
Having to travel to and from Crossbell
Or
like
Night-
this is
Night Girl,
utterly
I guess.
exhausting. No, I mustn't complain. I'm doing this for the sake of my lord.
She sounds awfully familiar.
Oh, Reen doesn't recognize her?
Who goes there? Wait! You're the Ashen Knight's pilot.
I remember you now. You're with Ouroboros. Duvali the Swift, right?
Have you no shame? Is it perhaps normal for you to barge into a lady's room unannounced?
No, but I've been barging into everyone's rooms. Well, actually, no, I knocked on the previous two. Why didn't I knock on this one? Reen, why did you not knock, actually?
You and that Arseid are only as bad as each other, I swear. Learn your place!
Actually, I just walked through the door normally. I should have probably knocked before I came in.
Yeah,
though.
you should have.
Sorry about that.
Wait, okay. I don't know why you have to
So,
dress up in your
Now that
armor
we're understood,
specifically.
what do you want?
I don't think you need to wear your armor to just have a casual conversation.
Have you come to tell me that you'll be fighting on our side after all?
Can you not jump to conclusions? Besides, it's not like you're working with the Alliance because you agree with what they're doing.
Oh, naturally. Lady Clotilde seems to have a purpose of her own. But for my part, I have no obligation to help the Alliance whatsoever. I'm simply cooperating because I was told doing so was necessary to the plan.
Plan? I'm not sure what she's getting at. Just so we're clear, that lord you keep mentioning isn't Vita Clotilde, is it?
No. She may be an Anguis like her, but my lord is the 7th, not the 2nd. She is the leader of the Stahlritter, the great light which guides us. Gallant yet beautiful, proud yet merciful. She's the strongest knight of all. And oh, she's simply divine.
Really, you're going a little bit off the rails here.
Well, you've made it clear how great you think she is. So the head of the Stahlritter is also a woman?
She certainly is. And if you must know, 100 swordsmen of your strength couldn't hope to equal her. No, 1,000, even 10,000 of you wouldn't be able to so much as scratch her.
Right.
Okay, I get it. She's strong. Still, if she's a woman who could be described as the strongest knight of all, Laura already noticed the similarity between the Eisenritter and Stahlritter, but she really does sound like Saint Sandlot.
I see I've got you thinking. Incidentally, I may have already mentioned her title, but one can never share my lord's glory too many times. She's known as the Steel Maiden.
The Steel Maiden, huh?
that. I believe that's enough idle chatter. If you didn't come to tell me that you'll be fighting on our side, then we remain enemies. As such, we shouldn't be standing here being friendly with one another.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Sorry for bothering you. Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to ask. You're not an enforcer like Blue Blanc or Sharon, right? Is there any reason for that?
You just had to ask.
She never got the promotion.
Enforcers are selected by the society's leader, the Grand Master. And in order to be selected as one and given a number, that person needs to be burdened by some kind of darkness.
Okay, that's kind of weird.
But just so we're clear, there is no correlation between having a number and one's strength, alright? I'm quite strong.
Right. Of course. Yeah, sure. Don't worry. You don't have to be an enforcer. It's okay.
I didn't say you weren't, but it makes perfect sense. You don't strike me as someone who's carrying any kind of darkness with you. You're refreshingly sincere. Like someone who hates anything that strays from the path of righteousness.
I'll thank you not to spout such nauseating drivel in my presence. Now get the hell out of my room!
Nice.
She chased me out. I'm really curious about the Steel Maiden. Could she really have some connection with the Lance Maiden?
Possibly.
Perhaps even with the woman who helped us during our August field study.
I like Duvali. Okay, who's this?
Huh? I think I can sense someone inside. Given the circumstances, I imagine it must be one of the people who fought us in Ymir.
Wait, we're just going inside again?
Huh?
Not knocking?
It's open.
Why are you not knocking though, even if it is open?
It's empty. Weird. I could have sworn I sensed someone in here. Oh.
Oh, it's her. She's sleeping. Why are we not knocking? Like, he's like, I sent someone in there. Let me just walk on in. Let me just barge into this room right now.
Looking at her lying down like this, she really is just a child.
Yeah, again, Rean, why are you just watching someone sleep? Also, why does she not have any covers over her? There's covers on the other bed. I feel like she should, you know, be cozy.
Maybe 12 or 13? Somewhere close to Milliam's age. How did a kid like this end up fighting with the Alliance?
Who are you? Who's calling me?
Is she talking in her sleep?
Situation assessed. Location is a room inside the guest area of the Pentagrul. 9 hours have passed since initial loss of consciousness.
Guess she's sleeping comfortably enough here. Then again, she needs
That's
it
a
at
normal
her age.
thing for someone
She's
to
got
say
plenty
when
of going
waking
left.
up, right? I should do that when I wake up. Situation assessed. God. Currently in my own bedroom. 9 hours have passed since I lost consciousness.
Wait.
Huh?
Good morning?
Rean Schwarzer, why are you here? Unless my memories have been tampered with, I believe this room was solely allocated to me.
Oh, it was. Sorry. If I'd known you were sleeping, I wouldn't have come in here.
Again, you should knock, Rean.
So you're an intruder then? Clown Soleus.
No, it was just an innocent mistake. Whoa, can we at least talk about this?
No mercy for trespassers.
Yeah, get him. Get him. beat him up.
So you claim to have no inappropriate motives for sneaking into this room.
Not claim! I really didn't!
But once you walked in, you fell victim to temptation and chose to act in accordance to your desires.
What?
No! No, I didn't! How many times do I have to explain
This
what
is
happened
why
before
you
you'll
knock
believe me?
green. And you don't just walk into someone's room. Okay? You deserve this.
I was making a joke. Had you any intention of harming me, Clown Soleus would have attacked you. That he didn't proves your innocence.
At least she's actually just joking around.
Oh, right. Then what was all that for? Oh, whatever.
Teach you a lesson,
I
Rean.
suppose it's my own fault for coming in without permission.
Exactly.
Anyway, I've cleared my name. I'll see you some other time, probably.
If that's what you want to do, you didn't come to ask me anything then?
Well, no. Honestly, I didn't even know you were in here. I do have a lot I'd like to ask you, though. And just as much I'd like to say to you. Okay, if you're offering, what are your reasons for helping the Alliance? Why do you have a puppet just like Milliam's? Just who are you?
The answer to your first question is, as all information
ordered to
regarding
do
Clown
so.
Soleus is confidential, I am unable to answer your second question. And as for the last one, I am unable to fully comprehend the depth of your question.
Oh, forget it. You abducted my sister and the princess. Whether you were ordered to or not doesn't change that. And it's not something I think I can forgive. See you around. Sorry, that was probably too harsh. I can't pretend to know anything about your circumstances, but I do know that you didn't abduct them of your own free will. Anyway, with that said, I'll be going. Maybe we'll have a chance to talk again sometime.
The Black Workshop.
What?
That's the name of the place I belong to. It was they who loaned me to the Noble Alliance.
The Black Workshop? What the heck what does that even mean?
Unless you choose to join the Alliance, that is the most I'm able to disclose to you.
The name doesn't ring any bells.
Nope.
And loaned. That makes it sound like I suppose it's none of my business.
Like she's a robot or something? Why? Rean,
Thanks for telling me.
you can't just walk up to
I'll
someone
be
and
sure
just
to remember that name.
pat them.
I can't see doing so holding any real purpose for you. Incidentally, did you have any untoward motives behind what you just did?
No, I did not.
Oh my god.
The Black Workshop? Loaned? Sounds like stuff worth remembering.
Yeah, I'll try to remember. Next.
I can sense someone inside.
There's a lot of... Oh.
What the?
There's a lot of information being passed around here. Go inside. So why did we get that attack? Oh, it's this guy.
Oh, it's you.
McBurn. How would you like a McBurn?
Forgot you were staying here too.
Yeah. What was that? It's gone now anyway. Maybe it was just my imagination.
So what's up? I couldn't give a damn whether you joined the Alliance or not, to be honest.
Oh, I didn't come here for any specific reason.
Interesting. You mixed by any chance?
Yeah, the whole mix thing I want to ask about.
Could I sit and talk to you for a while?
What a pain in the ass. So, what do you want to ask?
When we ran into each other back near Berea Hard, you asked a weird question. Something about being mixed?
Oh, that?
I didn't have the chance to figure out what that meant at the time, but what did you mean?
Don't know if I can even explain that one. It's just something you feel. What we've got mixed into us is obviously different in strength and nature. It's kinda hard to put into words.
Yeah, seems that way. I know you're not trying to confuse me on purpose, but I really can't wrap my head around what you're saying.
Just watch.
Huh?
There's no trick to it. I'm not using an ornament, it's not magic, and I'm not using an artifact either. I just will fire to appear, and it does.
So it's just a totally unnatural ability.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Something that just gives you results, without the processes you'd usually have to go through to obtain them. You've got one too, right?
Yep.
Well, true. That power of mine wasn't something I gained from training. I don't even know where the power itself is coming from.
It's the same kind of thing. People who can do things like that usually have something mixed into them.
Yeah, what does that mean, though?
Something foreign, unnatural, mixed into their body itself. Different to the church's stigmas. Looks like a pretty small part of it in your case, though.
Oh.
There, huh? Anyway, I couldn't tell you how, where, or why whatever it is got mixed into you. Sure, you've got more questions, but sorry. I can't answer them.
No, it's okay. You've answered enough already.
Okay, so there is a term for people like Rean, I guess.
I feel like I understand myself a little better now, actually.
But that... So it doesn't mean much besides, like, okay, there's something unnatural going on with you that's giving you power.
Good for you, I guess. So,
it's very
we done now?
vague.
Yeah, thanks for your time. Oh yeah, so how much of you is unnatural?
Me? All of me.
His circumstances seem very different from mine. Guess all I can do is remember what he said.
I feel like that's...
Maybe there will come a time when it'll all make sense.
Either he's telling the truth and he's unimaginably powerful, which we've kind of seen that he's very, very strong already. Or he's, like, talking it up a bit. But either way, he's powerful.
I'm sure one day I'll find out what this power of mine is. What the story behind me being given this power as a kid is. One day.
One day. Maybe we'll actually be able to use it properly as well. That would be nice.
I wonder who's in here.
We got a visitor?
Come on in.
Oh, 2 people.
Excuse me.
Oh, it's these guys. Fees buddies.
What's up?
Have a seat. Bourbon? I suppose not.
Yeah, I really shouldn't. How come you guys are being so friendly, though? I mean, we're on opposing sides and all.
Why wouldn't we be? It's not like we're on a battlefield right now. We're Jaegers. Nothing unusual about us trying to cut some throats one day than sitting in a bar with the same guys the next.
Of course, if you would rather fight with us, that can be arranged.
I shall have to politely decline. For one thing, I don't think I'd stand the slightest chance of taking you two down.
Hey now, no need to be so pessimistic. Fee seems to think pretty highly of you. Have a little more faith in yourself.
At the very least, you'd be able to give us a real fight in your divine.
I like that we're like, yeah, I don't know if I could beat you guys, and they're like, oh, don't be so down on yourself. You give us a good run for our money. I'm sure you could beat us. You know, I think you could fight us. I'm sure.
Not that
You've
I
got
have
this.
any intention of losing, even then.
The scary thing is, I'm pretty sure he's dead serious. Well, they're used to taking out tanks. They probably have their ways.
Huh. Oh, yeah? Ranking 72nd for the year in an academy full of big shot students ain't half bad. Brings a tear to my eye to see our little
72nd.
Fee putting her heart into
We
her
could
education.
have scored a lot higher, but yeah.
And don't forget, she was the youngest of
Oh,
her class.
we were talking about Fee. Never mind. Was I higher? I was higher than Fee, I believe. I don't remember.
The boss was right when he said that she can do anything she puts her mind to.
You got that right. Maybe joining the gardening club will make her a bit more ladylike, too. Oh, who am I kidding?
She's still young. She has plenty of time to develop on that front if she so pleases.
They really seem to adore her, like two proud parents talking about their child. And yet, if you don't mind me asking, why did you leave Fee behind after your boss was killed in a battle with his sworn enemy, I mean?
Oh, Fee told you about that. It sounds like you're closer to her than I thought you were.
I trust this is simply me being paranoid. But you haven't tried making any moves on her, have you?
No, we have not.
No, of course not. I wouldn't dream of it. I just want to know why you'd abandon her when she obviously means so much to the two of you. She thought of you all like family. Why did you leave her all alone?
Well, we had our reasons. Let's leave it at that. I know you want to know, but you're not the one we should be telling that to.
We'll be sure to tell Fee our reasons in due time. Until then, leave the issue be.
Right, okay. I mean, that's fair. They probably don't want to talk to me before they talk to Fee.
Alright, I can accept that. Still, she's our classmate. In that sense, she's like family to me, to us, too. And we feel that way about her just as strongly as you do, if not more so. I want to be perfectly clear on that.
Fighting words right there.
Still, we'll remember you said that. Returning to the matter at hand, you're sure you haven't tried to make any moves on her?
Yeah, we're sure.
Come on, spit it out.
They really are like two overprotective fathers.
We didn't. He didn't touch Fee, I promise. We didn't do anything.
I was hoping to get a bit more out of them about what Zephyr is up to. All we did was talk about Fee the whole time. Oh well, at least now I know that the guys in Zephyr really cared about her, so it wasn't a complete waste of time.
Pokekick, hello. I hope you're well. Okay, Blue Blanc, you're the last one.
Good day to you, Reen Schwarzer.
Why does it say man in white? We know who he is.
What the? You're the Phantom Thief! You sure look comfortable. What are you doing here?
Doing fine? Nice.
Why
I'm
wouldn't
glad
I
to hear
be?
it.
I'm as much a guest on this ship as you are. And who would deny themselves the pleasure of a ship so beautiful? The furnishings are immaculate. The food and wine are positively sumptuous.
Gonna walk on the treadmill again today? Nice. I did yesterday. I did some running. I went 15 kilometers an hour. And then I almost died. No, that's not true. It wasn't that bad. But my legs didn't like it afterwards.
And I am of the firm belief that it's wasteful not to take advantage of the opportunities life presents you. Ah, and speaking of opportunities, don't just stand there. Take a seat and join me in having a drink.
Yeah, let's have
You've
another
been
drink.
Blessed with the rare chance to sit and chat one-on-one with the most beloved thief of our time.
I don't know if you're the most beloved thief.
I can't believe that's how you describe yourself.
Yeah.
Well, what the hell? I'll have a drink.
You only did 4 with your severely overweight. I mean, usually when I do walking, I would do like 3.7, I think, is what I usually do. 4 is normal for just walking. And that's also better for if you're going for like a good time, a good while. While like me running, I do that for like 2 minutes, maybe max. Because then I'm like dead. I still need to work up my what's it called? God, why am I blanking on the term? I get tired out very quickly still, so I need to work on that.
Nothing alcoholic, though.
How many drinks have we had now? Like, it was nothing alcoholic, but we must go to the bathroom
Funny.
at some point.
I didn't realize you'd met Prince
Endurance,
Oliver.
yes. Yeah, for some reason I was thinking of Constitution, and I'm like, this isn't a D&D. Can we... Oh yeah, no, I know that 15 kilometers an hour wouldn't be for that. It wouldn't be for endurance. But I want to do both, you know? Used to do 5 kilometers an hour at a 5% grade for 2 hours. Nice. That's good. And the depression got very bad. Ooh, yeah. It's hard to keep up using like a treadmill or something. Especially if you're feeling bad. But yeah, just start building again. You'll get there. I believe in you. You've got this.
Indeed, there are few even among royals whose palate is so refined as his. Between our shared love of beauty and fundamental difference of opinion on the nature of love, he forever remains an endless source of entertainment for me.
I suddenly feel very sorry for him. What happened down in Liberl sounds pretty amazing, though. I'd heard there were problems with orbital technology in southern Erebonia at the time, but I had no idea that was why.
Ha ha! That magnificent floating city was quite the sight to behold, let me tell you. Oh, how I wish I could have shown it to you.
Wait, was he there? Right, he must have been.
It would have changed your view of the world completely.
It really does sound amazing.
So he's talking about the events of Trails in the Sky. Sparky, hello. More real? Sure, thanks.
Wait, why am I sitting here having a friendly discussion with a wanted criminal?
Rean, you've been having friendly discussions with wanted criminals this entire time. All of these people you have talked to are wanted criminals. Like, literally all of them. Every single person. You're a wanted criminal. Why are you... What is this? Like, everyone here is not a good person. Well, not... They're not the worst people, but like... All of them have done bad things, including you, Rean. You can't just be like, why am I talking to this bad person?
He has so many interesting and unusual stories, I got completely caught up listening to them.
Ha ha! A thief of my caliber can steal much more than objects, Rean. There. I was able to steal much of your time and your interest. Perhaps I stole your heart as well?
Rest assured that did not happen. Your stories were interesting, though, I'll admit. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know where Prince Olivert is now, would you? Last I checked, he wasn't actively fighting against the Alliance.
Ha ha! I imagine Duke Cayenne would welcome a man like the Prince with open arms into the Alliance, if he so wished to join. To my knowledge, he was always wary of the Chancellor himself. But I digress. I'm afraid not even I know where he is at the moment. However, I'm inclined to believe that wherever he's hiding, the Crimson Wings is there with him.
So the Courageous is missing too, then. Although the Duke's got some nerve if he expects Prince Olivert to side with him after he imprisoned the rest of the Imperial family.
But think, These kinds of things are simply what the great nobles of this country have always done. The War of the Lions, too, was brought about by numerous families of some standing backing potential successors to the throne. Emperor Dreichels, as a late arrival to the war, was a mere exception to the rule. I wonder, does Prince Olivert think himself as the second coming of Dreichels?
One of which is to bring the winds of change to Thor's military academy. A gust of fresh air, if you will. I'll admit, I hesitated to allow it, but I decided to place my hopes in you. We believed then, as we still do, that one day you all will be a great light that can push back the darkness of this country.
I don't think he does. From what I can tell, he intends to try and end this war in a slightly different way from Dreichels.
Oh? Do tell.
Sorry, but I should be going. Thanks for all the interesting stories. They helped me work through things in my head a bit.
Why does he wear the mask now? Wait, he wasn't wearing the mask before.
I will be waiting at the edge of my seat to hear which path you choose. Join us, and you'll be warmly welcomed. Naturally, I'm fascinated by you as the Ashen Knight's pilot, but I'm even more fascinated with that brute strength of yours. I would love the chance to see the power of an ogre up close.
I doubt it's half as interesting as what you're thinking. Anyway, if you'll excuse me.
God. Why did he put on his mask again? He was just sitting there without his mask. We start talking to him and eventually he's like, you know what, let me put on my mask. I want to look cooler. Okay. Final room.
I think the mate's finished working in there now. I wonder who's using this room now.
So we were told to go here.
Yes? Who is it? Please come in.
That sounds like... Excuse me.
Is that... I'm trying to remember whose voice that is. Guest of honor. It is the princess, yeah. I thought as much. Like, who would be using the guest of honor's room? But then where's Elise, though?
I had a
if the
feeling
princess
it was
is
you.
here.
But I didn't dare to hope.
It's you. It's really, really you.
Oh.
Your Highness.
I mean, how did you get here? This all feels like a dream.
I mean, we were invited on board.
Please don't tell me it is. I don't think my heart could handle the disappointment.
It's really me. I'm so glad you're safe. I'm so sorry that you had to go through all of this. If I hadn't been so weak and careless, none of this would have happened.
You mustn't apologize. Simply being able to see you again is more than I could have hoped for.
You must have been really lonely. I'm here for you now, though. I might not be the most reliable person for the job, but I'm not going anywhere.
I mean, can we just stick around, though?
So that's what you've been doing all this time?
Like, you can't just promise, like, I'm not going anywhere when we're on an enemy airship. We kind of have to eventually either go or join the enemy.
Yeah, I was happy all of us were able to get back together again. But then yesterday, I ended up being invited onto the ship by Duke Cayenne. That's why I'm here, talking to you.
I do recall thinking things were a little noisier than usual yesterday. Now I know why. Strange as it may sound, I suppose I owe the Duke my thanks. After all, if not for his invitation, we wouldn't have been able to find each other like this.
Sorry. I wish I could say I'd snuck on board to rescue you or something. Incidentally, I hesitate to ask, but...
You want to know where Elise is, right? She's not on this ship, I'm afraid. I can't say for sure, but I believe she's been taken to the same place as my parents.
Really?
I'm sure it isn't news to you that my mother, father, and Cedric have been imprisoned somewhere. And apparently, they've chosen Elise to be my family's attendant. So it's likely wherever they've been taken, she's right there with them.
Really?
Interesting.
I'm not sure whether to feel relieved or what.
I can hardly blame you. I feel exactly the same way, even.
I mean, that does mean that she will have a lot of guards around her because, like, that's the Imperial family. They're not gonna just not have any guards there. It'd be very difficult to rescue my sister then.
But why were you alone imprisoned on this airship? Surely there must be some reason.
That was Duke Cayenne's decision. I believe he's using me to suppress potential rebellion in areas occupied by the Alliance by having me address the people and calm them down.
Forgive me for saying so, but that's a little messed up. Using you like that.
I don't especially mind doing it, honestly. It's a simple enough task. People all across Erebonia are uneasy about this war. And as princess, I should do what's within my power to help calm their nerves.
But at the expense of your own feelings? I know you want to help, but you can't be happy about being used as the Alliance's puppet to deceive them. Plus, you've been forcibly separated from your family, your best friend. You don't even know where they are.
Yes, but... Oh, why even bother? You see through everything, don't you, Rean? Anyway, putting my feelings aside, what do you plan to do now? I presume you don't intend to actually do whatever Duke Cayenne tells you to.
Well... I'm really not sure what to do. The longer this war goes on, the more people will suffer because of it. But even so, I don't feel as though siding with the Noble Alliance is the right course of action. And the same goes for the Imperial Army. I can't in good conscience side with them either.
I see.
There's so much to think about. You're being used as a puppet against your will, and then Elise is imprisoned somewhere too, being forced to do who knows what. I have to act somehow to change things.
That wasn't your fault, Rean.
Ever since I was taken in by my family all those years ago, I've tried to be a brother figure to her. I became the person I am today because of them. They've always loved me like they would a real son. And she's always treated me like a real older brother. You saw that power of mine, didn't you? And what I look like when I use it?
Well, yes, I did.
Back when I was a kid, something just like that happened. I ended up using it right there in front of her. She should have been terrified of me. But if she was, she never once let it show. She treated me exactly the same as before. And that was when I swore, deep within my heart, no matter what happened, no matter what I had to do, I would always protect her. And that's why I can't help but wonder. I can't help but wonder if now's the time to live up to that promise. If I should put her before everything else. Even if I have to ignore or outright betray my own personal beliefs in the process.
Rean. As your honorary little sister, I order you to get a hold of yourself.
Nice.
What?
Honorary little sister, apparently.
Your
I didn't
Highness.
know that was a thing, but apparently it is.
I know Elise far better than you think I do. In fact, I'd even go as far as to say I know her better than you. Rean, she's already told me so much about what happened 8 years ago. She told me about how that snowy day was what inspired you to take up the sword. She told me how traumatic that moment was for you. How what happened stays with you even now. And she even told me that, while she hated how she felt the tiniest bit happy because of it. Because it meant that your attention, your guilt, and your sense of responsibility were directed towards her and no one else. And she knew more than anyone how selfish that was. She may have had other reasons for choosing to go to Saint Estrella, but her main reason was that she didn't want you to keep feeling guilty because of her, more than anything else. She wanted to free you of your burdens. You should know, when you joined Thor's and were making new friends, and you finally seemed to be moving forward, she felt a little jealous, and even a little lonely at being left behind. But she was so very, very happy for you too. So please, Rean, please don't use Elise to justify not choosing your place in this war. Because I know for a fact, she wants you, of all people, to carve your own path and find true happiness.
Aw.
How could I have been so blind? All this time I thought I was trying to protect her, and it's been the other way around since the start. And that's not just true for her either. Mom, Dad, Master Ka-Fai, all my friends at Thor's, they've been supporting me this whole time. How could I have missed something so obvious? I think I finally understand what I've been lacking inside of me all this time. I was so focused on trying to protect others, I never stopped to think about how relationships go both ways. Others try to support me just like I try to support them, and I have as much of an effect on them as they do on me. How did I not realize before now? I'm sorry, Master. I think you gave me that intermediate scroll a bit too soon.
Oh my god. Introspective moment. Oh.
What? Better to realize late than never, I suppose.
He's
Because now I
glowing.
finally feel like I'm ready. As long as I keep that fact in mind, I won't lose control again.
Glowing Rean. What's that? Rean has attained a new state of mind. Nice. He's now ready to use a new craft, Spirit Unification, when the time comes. What? Spirit Unification?
Are you alright?
I'm fine.
What does that
I've got
even
you to
mean?
thank for that. Forget honorary. You sounded just like my real sister for a minute.
Combat, hello. I hope you're doing well.
So, thank you. I think it's time we get going. I wouldn't want to keep my classmates waiting any longer than I already have.
A pity, but you're right. I was rather hoping we could stay like this a little while longer. But I suppose all good things have to come to an end. Take care of yourself, Rean. I'll leave Elise's rescue to you. No matter what it takes, please. Why are you shaking your head?
I said it's time we get going, didn't I?
Nice.
There's no way I'm leaving my sister's best friend imprisoned in a place like this. I will get the two of us off this ship. So stay close to me.
Right!
Nice. Princess Rescue, let's go.
So, do you have an escape plan?
No, we don't have an escape plan. At least I don't. Maybe Rean does. Combat, hello. Oh, well, why? I'm repeating myself. Great. I'm good. Never mind. I'm good. Sort of. I don't know if I'm good. But I'm glad you're doing well. Sorry, I just... Brain. My brain. But yeah, I'm doing good. I slept pretty good, pretty well overall. A little bit out of it, I guess, but not that much. Just brain being weird.
Valimar, the Ashen Knight, is on the deck.
Right, that would be the best way to escape, yeah.
He's chained up there, but if we can get to him, I'm sure we can find some way to use him to get away from here. First, though, we need to find a way to get out of this part of the ship without anyone noticing.
Alright then. I never imagined I'd be running away from here with you at my side. Elise is going to be so envious.
Anyway, let's get going.
Okay. So, I mean, what do we even do? Wait, can... She can fight? Wait, space gets us the save menu? Interesting. Cool. What does she have? Pandora. Tira, Impassioned, Seraphic Ring. She has some good stuff. No weapon though. Braveheart is very nice. Me get Braveheart? Are we actually linked at all? We are. Cool. Off we go.
There are a lot of very strong people here, so try to keep your voice down.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Not to worry.
And then we go to the vent that we saw before.
Thought so. It's a vent.
Well, that's convenient. Might it lead to somewhere else on the ship, you think?
Most likely. Still, I can't very well ask a princess to crawl through a vent.
Nonsense, Reen. Of course you can. I'm ready to begin our great escape.
But it's going to be all dark inside. And probably filthy, too.
I mean, she... Like, I feel like if she's in prison, she doesn't care getting a little bit dirty, you know?
A little bit of darkness and dirt never hurt anyone.
Exactly.
I had to travel through some fairly narrow underground passages when escaping from Heimdall, too. All right? How about I go first? I'm smaller than you, after all.
No, definitely not. Well, as long as you're all right with it. But I'll be going first.
All right, then.
You'd think a princess would be more mindful when she's wearing a dress.
You'd think so, yeah. Down we go.
It's not dirty at all in here.
Maybe it's because the ship's newly built?
Maybe. It is a long passageway, this. Where are we gonna end up? Hopefully not, like, right near some enemies.
There's a corner!
Yay, corners!
We must be past the guest area then.
Amazing, there's a corner. Okay, here we are. Oh. Where are we?
Looks like we're in the clear for that part of the ship at least.
My, that was intense. It's like I've stepped right into the world of one of those spy novels that are so popular these days.
Anyway, here's hoping we can make it to the deck without getting caught.
What is it?
Soldiers are coming this way. Keep a safe distance and let me handle this.
Oh.
It feels like the closest thing we have to someone ordinary around here is that kid. It's pretty nerve-wracking having to be around them all.
I just wish I could get to see Princess Alphen in person.
Oh.
Oh, there she is.
What?
Too late. Now's our chance. Let's get him.
They did get to see Princess Alphen in person, at least. They got their wish.
Second form. Gale! Now's our chance.
Gladly.
Oh, Seraphic Ring is amazing, actually. Oh, you're just healing yourselves? Come on. Come on now.
Here I go.
So cheeky.
Right. Arcus, activate.
Here I go.
I think this kills. Nice.
My turn.
So it said something about the new craft when the time comes, but apparently
Burn
now
to
is not
ash.
the time yet.
Fall!
It's my turn. Arcus, activate.
Here I go.
Stop shooting me.
Here I go. Okay, it's safe for now.
Okay.
Oh, they're strong.
Are you all right, Your Highness?
Yes, I'm fine. Thanks to you, of course. Let's be going. I'll be sure to stay very close to you.
Good. All right, here we go.
Okay. So there is an orbment station here. So we can rest. I'm guessing we don't want to go here. Yeah, that's back to the guest area.
Good luck, Green!
Let's move.
Gale.
Second Gale!
Right!
Silverthorn. Beautiful. That guy can't move.
My turn. Here I go. We'll cut our own path.
Good job.
Are they mechanical monsters?
They're called archaisms.
Yep. Archaisms. They're just little robot people. Robot guys.
I don't suppose escaping through the windows would be an option.
Probably not. We'll have to do this the long way.
Yeah, I don't think you want to jump out of a window of an airship. Just saying. I already have an orange cave. Oh, hi.
Enemy sighted. Let's take them out. Here I go.
I probably don't want to waste Azure Flame Slash here. Let's do Flame Impact.
Burn to ash. Fall! Now's our chance.
Call allies.
Gladly!
Silverthorn. Right there.
Activate!
Should do a lot. Beautiful.
Here I go.
And then Elfin should be able to go heal.
My turn. Now's our chance.
Never mind, the heal does not go off. We'll have to heal afterwards. Actually, you just heal yourself. Oh. There we go.
There they are! Recover the princess!
No, don't recover the princess.
2 soldiers, 1 military monster. Shouldn't be a problem. Stay back, please.
Right.
Bring it on.
This is fine.
Here I go. Now! Your Highness!
Understood!
Let me just interrupt you.
Gladly.
Passion.
Here I go. Sit.
And then you do a heal.
Thanks.
Soldier will stab me again. Or shoot me, I guess. That's also possible. Oh, come on, why'd I miss? At least it means I get more CP back, I guess.
Here I go. Here I go. Sit. Curse you. We'll cut our own path. I did it.
Oh, and we leveled up? Beautiful.
I'm shocked how skilled you are with arts.
You are? You're so sweet.
I mean, you are very, very powerful with arts. Even though you're not using any weapons. That's pretty impressive.
Bring it on.
Okay.
My turn. Burn to ash.
Burn.
Fall. Now's our chance.
Gladly. Arcus, activate.
Spark arrow. Like that does so much damage. Like Rena's alright, he's the tank here, but really she's the DPS at the moment.
My turn.
That wraps things up in a neat little bow.
Ah. Destroy all the things. Are we almost there?
Bring it on. Here I go. There!
I don't want them to get a critical.
Now's our chance. That's the power of the 8 leaves.
There we go.
Oh, look! A staircase!
Hopefully this will
Yay,
lead
a
to the deck.
staircase. Woo! We love staircases. Don't we love staircases, chat?
How did you get ahead of us?
Oh, hi.
Ha ha! I'll freely admit I wasn't actually expecting you to join the Alliance. But not even in my wildest dreams did I imagine you'd try to flee the ship with our dearest princess.
This might be a problem.
You're a bold one, I'll give you that.
I wasn't expecting to run into either of you on the way out either. You guys aren't called the Phantom Thief and Duvalie the Swift for nothing.
Trying to praise us won't get us to let you pass.
Ha ha! Princess Alfin is one of this nation's most precious treasures. You surely couldn't have thought that I, the Phantom Thief, would allow you to steal her from us, could you?
I'm not being stolen by anyone. If anything, I was the one who whispered sweet nothings into his ear and tempted him to run away with me.
Oh my! What a passionate
Amazing.
young lady you are. You've no doubt taken after your brother in more ways than one.
I'd like to believe that I'm not quite the oddball he is. I couldn't agree more with his belief that love is the truest form of beauty, however.
Really now?
They're actually hitting it off.
I think that's enough messing around for one day. You're an enforcer, Blue Blanc. Take your work seriously and behave!
Ha ha! I think the number of enforcers who take things seriously are in the minority, I'm afraid. Still, you're right about us having played around for long enough. I find the many mysteries surrounding you fascinating, but there's a certain appeal to them remaining forever unsolved, too.
Alright, I think this might be the time that we actually unleash our true potential. Because we kind of have to.
You may think yourself a swordsman, but allow me to show you how little you truly know.
Are you sure you can do this?
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. The gap in skill between us is small enough that I should be able to force our way through.
Oh?
Small? The difference in our strength is like night and day, you boor! And if you're foolish enough to be unable to see that, then allow me to make you realize your folly and pay for your arrogance.
It's a nice sword.
The one being foolish and arrogant is you.
Here we go.
My.
Rean?
I owe me being able to do this to you, Your Highness. You and Elise. Now, everyone who's done anything to aid us in coming this far deserves thanks.
Let's go Super Saiyan. Sort of.
What's happened to him?
Could this be your ogre power?
8 leaves, 1 blade school, intermediate level. I, Rean Schwarzer, will be your opponent.
Like, intermediate level is not a great descriptor of yourself, you know? It doesn't make you... It doesn't sound amazing, does it? Ooh. Arcane Gale. Oh, that's interesting. Fatal Arc Slash. Let's just... Wait, do we have... Oh, we have to... Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go straight in and do this.
Gather on my blade.
Nice.
How can this be happening? What is he?
Ha ha ha! Splendid! Simply splendid! So you finally conquered your power and made it your own, did you? You continue to fascinate me, Reen.
Green,
Forgive me, Your Highness.
what for?
Off we go.
Goodness!
Wait just a damn minute!
Whoa, what's going on here?
I don't know, but I don't think it's worth us chasing after them.
We do be running.
We'll make our way directly to the deck. Are you all right, Your Highness?
Yes, perfectly. My heart just feels as if it's about to burst.
That doesn't sound very fine.
Come on, is now really the time to be flirting with each other?
We're not flirting. Oh, hi.
You're here too.
You got some real guts, kiddo, but you ain't getting past us.
Zephyr's guard shall not be easily broken.
Nice.
Looks like he's picked up a few tricks from our fee.
The targets have broken our line of defense. Commencing pursuit.
Oh my god, Shadow Clone Jutsu. At least that's what it looked
Sorry
like.
about that, Your Highness.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. But, can I hold on to you a little tighter?
Of course.
Oh, and she's here too. Everyone is trying to stop us.
Commencing capture. My suspicions outlining you as an indecent person seem to have been confirmed.
I'm not indecent.
Can you not make me out to be some kind of pervert all the time, please?
Why?
Target lost. I may have underestimated you, Reen Schwarzer, in more ways than one.
Right, so he used the princess to make her not want to hit and then deflect the blow. It's kind of a dirty tactic, but it's kind of necessary as well right now.
I'm so sorry, Your Highness. I didn't really have any choice but to do that, but I realize that's no excuse.
I know you didn't, but she seemed even younger than me. How could you, Reen? That truly is indecent.
Try not to pay any attention to what she says about me. There's the exit.
Don't
Oh
change
my
the
God.
subject.
But I'm imagining that Crow is gonna be there, no? We haven't seen him since our talk.
That's the Ashen Knight? Isn't that
Yep, Crow and McBurn.
Crow?
The
And
Well, McBurn is probably the strongest one so far. Crow is very strong too. That's not good.
Huh. So that's how it manifests for you.
You finally mastered that power you got, huh? Still, you're one busy guy, you know that? One minute you're down in the dumps, the next, you've got one of the cutest girls in the country cheering you up.
Well, I can't deny it, but she wasn't the only one. There was my sister, our classmates, even you, in a sense.
Come on.
Can't say I'm not curious to see what that power of yours can do. But I think you get priority here, right?
Yeah, let me have this one.
Oh.
Your Highness, if you don't mind.
All right.
This is your first time fighting me without the mask on, I think.
Yep.
With our Divine Knights, I come out on top. But let's see who wins when it's just the two of us.
Just the
Sounds
two
good
of
to
us.
me. You managed to win against 3 of us at once in the catacombs below Heimdall. It's just you and me now. And this time, I'll be the victor.
Go ahead and try.
Charge!
All right, you ready, Reen?
Oh, am I? He's got his lightsaber throws.
There! Here we go.
Big impact.
Fall! Here we go.
Didn't burn.
Eat this! Here we go.
Rude. Can you heal?
Let's move.
Chrono Drive.
Marcus, activate.
Gotta go fast.
Let's move. Here we go. My turn.
One more.
Gather on my blade.
Take this, Crow.
Not bad.
Let's move.
Not bad, he says. When he's clearly losing.
There. Let's move. Marcus, activate.
Heal back up.
Eat this. Here we go. Let's move. There.
Leaf cutter.
My turn.
On leaf cutter.
My turn.
And on kill. GG's, Crow.
That's what I can really do.
Blade 2 deck. What does that mean? I don't know what I just got.
Huh. You actually did it. I sure wasn't expecting you to beat me one-on-one.
You fought pretty well yourself. It couldn't have been easy to last as long as you did against me like this.
Reen!
this have to happen now?
Guess your luck ran out.
Ha! We finally caught up to you.
Uh-oh.
Well, aren't you, Mr. Popular?
But I think you may have been slightly too reckless this time.
That wasn't a bad fight. Even if you lost, at least you tried, I guess.
Your Highness, please move away from me.
Hey, don't be too rough with... Look sharp!
Oh. The cavalry's here.
The Crimson Wings? Ugh.
Nice.
What are you all?
Sorry for the wait, Rean.
Yo, we're here to save the day.
You caught us all off guard back in Ymir.
So this time we opted to take the initiative ourselves.
We meet again, Severing Chains. And I see you brought the Purple Lightning with you.
She brought more than that. Check out the Icy Maiden and that big shot arts user from the Bracer Guild.
We couldn't ask for a more impressive group. However...
Here it comes again.
Oh. More people. Oh. Nice. It's the Blade Master himself.
Your lordship.
Uncle Victor!
Victor S. Arseid.
It's good to see you again, Rean. And it relieves me to see you're none the worse for wear, Your Highness.
Ugh! The Radiant Blade Master is here too?
Huh. Well, you're strong. Very strong.
That's quite the nod coming from the blazing demon himself. I can see now why you're considered one of the fiercest in Ouroboros, and why some even claim you to be the Steel Maiden's equal.
Well, I know who I'm gonna be fighting.
Don't you go forgetting about us now.
Oh. But there's more. Wait, Prince Oliver?
You're all here too?
Are you okay, Rean?
Looks like we've landed in the middle of something pretty crazy.
And not a moment too soon.
Everyone's here.
You came!
Glad to see you're all right.
Oliver Race Honor.
You certainly seem to have kept yourself busy. Enjoying your scandalous elopement with Rean, are you?
Oh, he gave me the time of my life. You guys were having that much fun, huh?
And with our Princess Rean?
To think we were so worried about you.
You're not supposed to take it literally.
So this is what you threw me out of Valimar for? Doesn't look very fun.
Crow, you're here.
It feels like it's been ages since we last saw you.
You're looking spiffy, Crow.
I'm hanging in there. Sure wasn't expecting all of you to show up, though. How are we even gonna settle this?
That is the question, isn't it? I'd roughly estimate both sides to be of equal strength.
Yeah? So we'd probably just end up at a stalemate, huh?
Well, doesn't sound like much fun at all. What say we just forego the fighting and have ourselves a party instead?
Yeah, just have a party.
I could never turn down a party.
That sounds simply wonderful.
I'll bring the booze.
Ah! No, no, no! Can't one of you take this a little more seriously?
Now, Duvali, come on, lighten up.
This is getting us nowhere.
Lighten up. It's all good. Squeak free. Oh, it's
Look who decided to show up.
Vida Clotilda.
Krianos, Vida.
Welcome aboard the Pantagruel, Emma. Your overall ability as a witch might still be lacking, but that transportation spell was exceptional. I must apologize for the untimely intrusion. As displeased as a few of you might be by the idea, I think it best if we let one another peacefully go our separate ways this time. I'll be the one who bears the brunt of Duke Cayenne's anger.
Vida.
Can't say I understand why we should.
It's not our place to question the orders of our clients.
Whatever. Gives me something to look forward to later.
Okay, so we just go, I guess? Great. We don't have to fight them. I mean, we'll have to fight them later, but... that's fine.
Okay. See ya, Fee.
Next time we meet, it will be as enemies.
Yep, I know.
Aww, I was kind of hoping we'd be able to talk some more.
I expect we will have multiple opportunities to do so in the near future.
Well, catch you later, Phantom Thief.
Or not. You do know that no one likes your stupid pranks, right?
Tut tut! There's no need to be so harsh. It's a shame we couldn't resume our debate on the nature of beauty this time, my most worthy rival.
I could wax eloquent about beauty till I'm old and gray, but honestly, I think it's about time we settled things between us.
Next time we meet, Radiant Blade Master and his daughter, it will be to battle.
Well, I certainly have no objection to that.
You seem to bear some manner of ill will against my household. I don't know your reasons, but should we be granted the opportunity, I would gladly settle things with you in battle.
Yes, well, let's not be too hasty. I can wait.
Suddenly getting cold feet. I can imagine.
Guess that wraps things up for now. You've definitely grown, but you've still got plenty of room for improvement, especially when it comes to piloting Valamar.
What? It's so strange that it feels like all of the enemies are kind of like buddies at the same time to us. Even though we're supposed to be like on the opposite sides, we're like, oh yeah, hanging out and chilling a bit. It's odd, but not bad or anything, it's just a bit strange.
So unless you're up for another beatdown, I suggest you get to work on fixing that.
Yeah, I know. Oh, and just to confirm, you were the one who told Toval where I was, right?
2 days ago, I got a call out of nowhere on my Arcus. They gave me this crazy amount of detail on exactly where to find you. Then they just hung up. Didn't even say who they were. Oh, now that you mention it, he does have the same voice as that mystery caller. I did think he sounded familiar. That must have been because I'd heard it during your concert at the festival.
Damn, looks like the jig is up.
You really did that?
Oh, Crow, there's no shame in admitting that you care, you know.
And if I might be so bold as to offer a word of advice, get Valamar a better sword, one like yours. If you think you're such hot stuff you can beat me without your 8 leaves training, you're in for a world of hurt.
Correct choice of armaments is indeed paramount.
True.
Selecting one the Awakener is well suited to will increase combat efficiency exponentially.
I can't pretend to know much about this kind of thing.
He's right. Eastern blades like my Tachi are the heart and soul of the 8 Leaves 1 Blade style swordsmanship. All right, I'll take your advice. And when I've got myself one, I'll finally take everything back. The Academy, Elise, and even you, Crow.
If that's how you want it.
It's such
I'd
a
like
way
to
to
see
put
you
it.
Try.
Off we go. Nice jumps.
Courageous! Full speed ahead!
Commence retreat from this airspace.
Yong. Great. We did it. We saved the princess. Intermission and That was just an intermission. Now we go into Act 2, I guess. Still took me 2.5 hours to do the intermission. But then again, there was a lot of talking.
If that is all, I will return to a state of inactivity.
Thanks for all you've done, Valimar. I'll be counting on you if anything else comes up.
Acknowledged. Prepare yourself for your next encounter with the Azure Knight, my awakener.
Don't worry, I will. We lost last time, but I know that's not all I'm capable of. As long as we're all together, I know I can get stronger.
I eagerly await your results.
Yeah, we can get stronger. We get so much stronger.
This is what the Great Ashen Knight looks like up close, huh? I've heard all manner of rumor about it, but I never expected I'd stand in the presence of a legend.
I can't possibly begin to thank you enough. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come to my aid. Thank you. Really. And that goes for everyone else, too. Thanks for coming to rescue me, guys.
We're just happy you're okay.
Just don't scare us like that again, alright?
True. We were all on edge waiting for you to get back.
And yet you somehow managed to come out unscathed with Her Highness in tow.
You make it sound like it was easy. Well, easy or not, it was worth going on board. I got plenty of useful info out of it. So funny enough, I'd say their invitation worked to my benefit more than theirs.
I guess there's no harm in looking at the positives now that all's said and done.
I mean, true, we got a bunch of info, escaped with the princess. They didn't really get anything out of it, really.
You, acting mature and all grown up. Brings a tear to my eye.
Looks like we have some catching up to do.
I'd like to follow Reen's lead and extend my thanks to each of you as well. Thank you, all of you. And, dear brother, it's a relief to see you safe and sound. Though I never pictured my great escape would end with you in this airship of all things.
We did time our appearance fabulously, if I do say so myself. My only regret is that we weren't able to blow in with a storm of rose petals when we boarded them. Perhaps I should have asked Emma to look into the feasibility of making such a magnificent entrance.
Oh man, that would have been so cool!
Well, it's probably not impossible.
Now you're just being silly.
Sounds about right for our prince.
He is just
well,
being
at the
silly.
very least, I'd say we're clear of any immediate danger. And given this opportunity, I'd like to sit down with you to discuss our situation and exchange any pertinent information. But first, I think we have a few more reunions to celebrate.
Reen!
Oh my god, it's Toa and George, yeah. God, I was racking my brain for the names.
I thought I heard your voices when we started flying away from the Pantagruel. So you were on board too?
You bet. Good to see you, Reen.
Toa Herschel. Class president.
Whoa!
It's really you. You're really okay.
Or student president, I guess?
No sooner
President
had
of
we
the
found
student
out that you were
council.
still alive, we got told you had been taken by the Alliance. We've been so worried about you.
I'm a real troublemaker, aren't I? Sorry, Toa. But I'm glad to see you and George made it out okay. Everything I've said to you has been at the back of my mind ever since we parted ways in Trista, and it's kept me going every step of the way. So, thank you.
Oh. You remembered. You promised me you wouldn't die. And you didn't.
Yeah, we didn't die. Yay.
We still need to work on that one. But I know you're not the kind of guy who'd go back on his word.
See? Reen's a guy you can count on.
George Nome. Engineer
nice
guy.
to see you're holding up okay. Still can't believe you made it through all that fighting in Trista in one piece, but... Well, here you are.
Good to see you again, George. But how'd you two end up on the Courageous to begin with?
We'll bring you up to speed once we all sit down for our meeting. There's a conference room on one of the upper floors. We can meet there when you're ready.
Wait, how many people do we have now? Like 20? 30? I don't even know. There's so many people. Does the conference room have space enough for everyone? Why is Sharon
Courageous
standing?
began
There
its
is an
independent
empty seat.
operations right before Heimdall was first occupied. I realized what the Alliance was planning, so I gathered a skeleton crew, met with Viscount Arcade, and we hurried straight to Trista, where we found your classmates locked in combat with the Azure Knight.
I see. That explains why you were in Trista.
I shudder to think what would have happened if not for the Courageous' timely appearance. What have you been doing since then, Father? I hadn't heard anything about your whereabouts until now.
Eventually, we were able to shake off the Azure Knight's pursuit, and we've been traveling around the country ever since, preparing to find you and take you on board.
George and I haven't been here long. The principal managed to get in touch with the Courageous without anyone noticing and sent us here.
He did?
I hope he's still alright. By the way, what happened to Major Vander? You two are always joined at the hip.
Ah,
Where is Vander?
alas, he is currently indisposed. His military obligations have him heading up the 7th Armored Division in Western Erebonia. They're working with your former instructor, Major Nightheart, as well.
Ah, that's where he is.
So he's over in the west now.
I should have known the 4th Armored Division's ace wouldn't get his ass kicked so easily.
Oh, right. Dad said he'd heard from him too, remember?
Still, the west side of the country contains Marquis Hyarm's Sutherland province, along with Duke Cayenne's Lemaire province. The fighting there would no doubt be even more fierce than it is here in eastern Erebonia.
Correct. A large percentage of the Imperial Army's military strength still remains intact, but the Noble Alliance forces' constant attacks have put them at a disadvantage. On top of that, a number of townships in the region have been caught in the crossfire and suffered great losses.
That's terrible.
I'd heard as much, but it still pisses me off to hear it.
With the 3rd and 4th Armored Divisions occupied on the eastern side of the country, one can only assume the Noble Alliance intends to use that as an opportunity to crush the forces in the west.
Yeah, but they're not stupid. I bet the army in the west is putting up a pretty good fight by themselves.
It's too early to call things just yet.
An astute assessment. The situation in the Western Theater could change at a moment's notice.
Right. But that means we're uncertain what course to pursue now. And having said that, we have a question to pose to all of you. The question, really.
The
With
question.
the whole of the Empire caught in the throes of civil war, what exactly do all of you intend to do from here on out?
That is a good question.
Us?
We were in the midst of discussing that when Reen was taken to the Pantagruel, in fact.
Yeah, we did kind of get interrupted.
This is a full-on war, and our fellow Erebonian countrymen stand on both sides. No one here is delusional enough to think that a group of students like us are capable of stopping it by ourselves. Still, during our field studies, we found ourselves up against the problems this nation faces again and again. And because we have that experience, I believe there's a place for us to change things in all this. A part only we can play. We may not be able to compete head-on with the Alliance, but together, we can move things
That was
In the right
wonderful.
direction for Erebonia as a whole. I skipped it too quickly.
Still, we aren't all gathered here for the same reasons. Be it rescuing Elise or settling things with Crow, we've all got something that we personally want to accomplish. But accomplishing those things won't be possible with the situation as it stands. And that's why, no matter how stacked the odds are against us, or how fierce the fighting becomes, we want to put everything we have into making all the difference we possibly can, in whatever way we can. I think I speak for everyone in Class 7 when I say that.
You bet. I agree completely. We may all come from different walks of life, but this time, that can work for us.
Exactly. We have something no one else does, and because of that, we can do things no one else can.
And what kind of class would we be if we didn't take advantage of that to protect the people and things we love?
So, okay, but this is all very vague. What is this all like saying, oh yeah, we can do things no one else can. Like, we have a part to play in all this. Well, like, what actually are we going to do, though?
As well as find our own answers to the questions we have looming over us.
As Reen said,
however big or small it is in the long run. We have a place in this war, and we have every intention of following it.
Sounds like it'll be a pain, though.
No biggie. We're Class 7. Throw in a few of Reen's trademark speeches and we're raring to go.
Look at you, kid.
You all sound like you've really thought long and hard about this.
That's the Class 7 I'm proud to serve.
And you guys aren't the only ones who feel that way. Everyone at Thor's has something to bring to the table. Remember the Academy's motto? Arise, O youth, and become the foundation of the world.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was what Principal Van Dyke said to us at the welcoming ceremony.
The words of Drykel's the Lionheart serve to inspire us to this day, it would seem.
Of course. They ring as true as ever.
It's like you didn't even have to think about it. You guys just knew.
Yeah, you should be proud of yourselves. And it's true that Thor students are scattered all over the country right now. But I'm sure that each and every one of them are fighting too, and they feel the exact same way that you guys do.
I understand, Your Highness.
Indeed. I figured you would have already given it some thought, but I wasn't expecting such a stirring conviction. But I think this at least settles the matter of what course to take. If you would do the honors, Captain.
What course are we taking exactly? Because they didn't say anything specific.
As you wish. We're about to do something neither side would ever expect us to do. We're going to entrust this ship to you.
Oh. Cool. We got a ship.
From here on out, the Courageous is yours to command as you see fit.
Nice.
What?
Airship.
What?
Elliot, don't you...
Father, would you mind elaborating?
Oh my god, Elliot's... It sounded like R2-D2 almost.
It means exactly what it sounds like. The operation of this ship will be left entirely to your discretion. I imagine your journey to make a difference in this war needs a home base to begin from.
Well, yes, but...
But then what will you do?
We plan to disembark and make our way to the western provinces. Once there, we'll begin working with the 7th Armored Division and the other neutral forces in the region. The intention is to ensure that as few innocents as possible are harmed by this conflict.
I was actually worried this airship might prove a bit too conspicuous to aid us in pursuing that goal. But with us headed west, we'd be leaving all of eastern Erebonia in your hands.
Wow.
I see. That does make the most logical sense.
So at least they have a concrete plan.
Kinda.
While we
if we
didn't.
got the Courageous, we could give our third faction some real weight. Neither side could afford to ignore us.
I'm not even sure the Guild could come up with a plan this wild.
Well, it's fair to say I've learned a lot from the way the Guild's members handle things, yourself included. Oh, and Alphen?
Yes?
I'd like to ask you to remain on board the Courageous as well. This ship is technically the property of the Arner household, fathers in particular. It should give them a certain freedom to act if they have concrete backing from a member of the Imperial family.
True.
I'd be happy to. Henceforth, I, Princess Alphen Raisay Arnor, will guarantee the legitimacy of their actions. So do whatever you see fit to do.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Well!
We are truly honored to have you with us.
No turning back now.
Yeah, seriously.
Nodders.
We hereby humbly accept custody of the Courageous.
Please, leave Eastern Erebonia to us.
We'll be counting on you then.
I'm looking forward to toasting your
Okay.
future successes.
So we've just been given control of an airship and we're supposed to take care of all of Eastern Erebonia to make sure that it doesn't fall into enemy hands, essentially. That the people are safe. Mostly. Interesting. No biggie, it's fine, we can do that. Just protect the entire eastern side of a country, why not? On that day, Class 7 was entrusted with the day-to-day running of the Courageous. Viscount Arciet and Prince Oliver decided, or Viscount, I guess, decided they would embark near Legram and travel to western Erebonia across the lake. And after receiving the bare minimum of instructions on how to operate the ship, its bright-eyed new owners set course for Abel Highway. I can't read. Back to the Abel Highway. What for? Oh, right, to drop them off,
I'm leaving
I
you
guess.
in charge of the Courageous's day-to-day operations. I don't doubt you'll make a fine acting captain.
It would be an honor.
Captain Toa. Nice. So how do I look? It really suits you. Yeah, the size is just right too. Is it? You would think it'd be too big. Oh, fortunately I had a spare on hand that was a size smaller. That makes sense. That is quite fortunate. You're kind of like a cute mascot, like human Mishi. Perhaps we should capitalize on this opportunity with an irresistible line of Captain Toa merchandise. I don't think that's... Sounds like a wonderful idea. Well, you two are terrible. Gotta say, that is a nice touch, Toa. It really suits you. Definitely look the part of the captain with it. Things will be just fine with our absence. You guys won't be needing us to be around. So you guys are taking off then? You'll be disembarking together with Father, yeah? Yeah, it was nice to help out until you guys got back together again, but now that you are, there's no use in me sticking around. With the situation in the West what it is, I've decided to help out over there instead. I intend to return to commanding the RMP. I believe that's the best way I can contribute to bring this war to an end. We understand. Bye-bye, Claire. If you bump into Lecter somewhere, make sure to say hi for me. I'll be sure to do so. I've been entrusted with a number of research tasks by Chairman Irina, as it so happens. So this is farewell for now. That doesn't sound shady at all. But, well, be safe, alright? Whether you're a member of Ouroboros or not, it'll never change how your family's made. Oh my. I'm touched to hear you say so. Please, my lady, take care of yourself. Still, let's keep in touch, okay? I'm gonna keep gathering as much info as I can through the Guild's intelligence network. It's not like Erebonia is the only place with strange stuff going on. True, I'm particularly concerned about what's happening over in Crossbell. I'll leave that to you. Give my regards to Miles. You know it. Thanks for everything you've done for us. I'm sure that we wouldn't have been able to come this far if not for your help. Words. No need to get all stiff all of a sudden. You're embarrassing me. We may be working separately from now on, but I intend to do all I can to aid you in the future. Take care, everyone.
Reen, I'd like you to accept this.
Oh.
I hope that it will prove to be of some use to you in the challenges ahead.
There's nothing in your hand. Oh, Cerulean hearts.
Thank you, Captain. You've done so much for us, especially in Ymir. I can't begin to thank you enough for helping to protect my hometown.
You needn't thank me. I just did what I felt was right. I wish you all the best in the future. Not as a member of the RMP, but as a graduate of Thor's military academy.
Thank you. We'll do all that we can to meet your expectations.
Yowza! Things are getting nice and steamy over there, huh?
Milliam.
Oh?
Uh-oh. I feel like I'm losing in the race for most reliable big sister figure all of a sudden.
Well, you get a gold star for trying.
Well then,
God.
it's time we bid you all a fond farewell for now. Chin up, Alphen. I'm counting on your charm to keep everyone motivated.
May the goddess be with you.
I look forward to the stories you'll have to tell when next we meet, Laura.
Good luck, Father.
God. This cast of characters. They're certainly something. It's certainly something.
there they go. You think they'll be okay on their own?
Only the goddess herself knows for certain. Still, with some already calling this a second advent of the War of the Lion, I can only hope they make it through unscathed.
Oh, I'm sure they'll all be just fine. They don't bear the symbol of the horned lion for show.
Yes, I suppose you're right. And the same goes for me, too. I can't very well call myself a Thor's alumnus and fail to deliver.
Well, well, are we birds of a feather? Proud Thor's graduates unite. I'll be in touch with them plenty in the coming weeks, so don't worry. The Old Guard will do as it must to keep watch over the young and vigilant. Speaking of the Old Guard, Chancellor Osborne was also a Thor's graduate, was he not?
Yes, he was.
Sorry to say, I can't picture it.
Was he now?
He and I may have had our differences, but I still feel a certain loss with his passing. I'd like to express my condolences to you while I have the chance.
I'm afraid I never had the chance to truly get to know him, but there's no doubt in my mind that he was one of the greatest men of our time.
Thank you.
Still, it must be tough for you with Heimdall under the Alliance's thumb. Were you able to find out where his funeral was held?
Actually...
Captain?
Is something amiss?
It's just that I received a strange report on that very issue. I was told his body was taken into the custody of the Imperial Guardsmen when the city was occupied.
That is strange.
But then after that...
Well, that's not strange, but what...
It simply disappeared at some point.
What?
Disappeared, you say?
So they haven't had a funeral. He just vanished.
Is it possible the reformist faction could have taken it from them?
I'm afraid I don't know. It is possible that the intelligence division did something to that effect.
A disappearing corpse is certainly cause for concern.
Yeah, that is... I don't...
It's difficult not to draw parallels with the Lance Maiden's sudden death following the War of the Lions.
Unbelievable. I'm almost impressed how much trouble one man can stir up, even from beyond the grave. He had so many plots in motion. I doubt even his death put a stop to them all.
I do wonder then, do you think there's like some secret ritual going on to resurrect him or something? Maybe. I mean, what else are you going to use a corpse for?
No change in weather or wind direction since entering Kreutzen provincial airspace.
We are currently cruising at a speed of 3,000 SPH. Nothing abnormal detected on the radar thus far.
3,000
Detour
SPH
around
is
the
like...
Twin Dragons Bridge, staying within the clouds.
It's like 300 kilometers an hour, I think.
Take extra care that we aren't noticed by the Noble Alliance's surveillance.
Yes, ma'am. Wow. She's a real natural at this.
Yeah, it's hard to believe she's only been in the position for a day.
Indeed. She has proved a worthy captain in Father's place.
As if anyone could fit the role better than our student council president.
She still looks like a mascot character, though.
That's just one of her many charms.
Yeah, and besides, I can feel at ease knowing she's in charge. So, today's the day we start our journey anew, right?
Right. We settled what we'll be doing last night. Now all that remains is to do it.
Right. Which is... Where are we going first?
Well, Toa and George should be able to handle the day-to-day running of the ship, so that's out of the way. And whatever we decide, it's not like we're going to be able to do anything major today. Still, I think it's time we start hammering down exactly what we're going to be doing from tomorrow onward.
In theory, the Courageous gives us the ability to fly around the whole country with ease. But, in reality, the Noble Alliance has control over most of Erebonia, so we're limited in where we can actually go.
Yeah, we don't want to risk getting too close to Alliance territory. We'd run the risk of being captured, or even worse, being shot down.
It's sad to think how we barely have anywhere we can land with an amazing airship like this at our disposal.
Care to share your thoughts on this, instructor?
Oh, you kids can just do whatever you want. I lost the will to put in any effort after Captain Classy got off.
You slacker.
I'm pleased that you think so highly of my father, but
Maybe Laura can hook you up with a one-on-one lecture on the Arcade School of Courtsmanship, if you know what I'm saying.
I was kidding. In all seriousness, if you need more people fighting in whatever you end up doing, I'll be happy to help you out. Just don't forget that the Courageous was entrusted to you kids, not to me. If you want my advice, then you got it. But you need to be able to make all the important decisions on your own.
It is a little bit strange that they entrusted one of the best airships in the country to a group of students. Like a very powerful group of students, but still, like, it is an odd thing to do.
Of course.
You almost sound like an instructor for once.
Getting back to the matter at hand, we don't need to decide everything right at this moment. What say you to figuring out how and what for now?
Come again?
I assume what would be our overall goal. Something realistic that we can all work together towards. And the how would be a basic idea on how we intend to achieve it.
Uh-huh. It's a little trick we use in the student council. It's easier to get motivated when you have a specific goal in mind.
True.
You guys were doing the same kind of thing in the weeks before the Academy Festival, remember? The concert was what you were working toward, and all your other planning was how you intended to pull it off.
I see. That makes sense.
We did spend a lot of time before and during the festival working out all the details, come to think of it.
Not to mention taking care of the things we couldn't plan, like the strange stuff at the old schoolhouse.
we were coordinating with all of the other classes and clubs at the same time, too.
When you break it down step by step, we did so much without even realizing it. And we may have our own personal goals right now, but if we can wrap those up into one overarching goal, it won't seem half as much.
How about making it something related to the Academy itself, then?
I was thinking the exact same thing.
I wonder what's happening there.
So are we gonna rescue the Academy? Like,
Toa, George.
free everyone?
The Academy is currently under the Noble Alliance's control, right?
That's right. The staff and students who are there are doing what they can, but
As you know, during the attack, a lot of the students managed to flee Trista and are now scattered across the country. Now, most of the upper class students chose to stick it out, though. They've got no reason to fear the Alliance, being nobles and all.
All right, then. I think our what should be taking back the Academy.
Nice.
That sounds good to me. The Courageous will serve as a good means of transport, but we'll need a proper base sooner or later.
But with it, we can get a better look at the current state of things in Erebonia and try to reach out to those who are in need.
And whatever information we learn along the way could bring us that much closer to liberating the Academy.
It's a pretty central location as well, from what I know. So that would be very useful.
can't see taking it back going that smoothly, though.
No.
No doubt. It's near the capital, so its defenses are gonna be rock solid.
Still, I like it. What goal is more worthy of us than reclaiming something we hold so dear?
Indeed. Regardless of personal motivations, I can't think of an objective more fitting to us as a group.
And if we actually manage to achieve it, the sky's the limit for us.
I'm genuinely moved by your positivity.
Well, their optimism is probably their strongest point.
We were thinking of something along the same lines, in fact, so it works out. And hey, if we all thought about it, what's to stop the others from Thors from thinking it too? So if you happen to bump into anyone who escaped from the Academy, why not go and ask them to join us? I'm not saying it has to be your primary focus or anything, but the more people we have on our side, the better.
True.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, we'll be sure to keep an eye out.
We have about the bare minimum crew we need to fly at the moment, but it's not like this is their full-time job. I'm sure our current staff won't be here forever, so we're gonna need a few extra hands on board at some point. Ideally, we could have whoever's here now stick around long enough to train anyone we end up recruiting.
I know our numbers are small right now, but the more people we can get on our side, the higher chance we stand of making Trista and the Academy our home again.
So is there gonna be like an actual mechanic of like recruiting new people and like I don't doesn't feel like it would be that type of game, but
And I
we'll
don't
see.
know about you, but I get this weird sense of satisfaction knowing that we students are gonna be the ones to do it.
I know the feeling, actually.
Everything works for me.
I'd say that's our how decided, wouldn't you?
Agreed. To wrap all this up, we'll use the Courageous as our base, and as a way to get a good idea of the current state of things in Eastern Erebonia. Along the way, we'll try to recruit as many fellow Thor students to help us out as we can, all for the sake of our primary goal, taking back Thor's military academy.
Nice. At least we have a proper goal for once. I suppose what we need to decide next is where we should head first. We don't have many places we can go at the moment, but there's Legram, Ymir, the North Highlands. We're able to land at the 4th Armored Division's base too, right? Yeah, I asked Dad about that yesterday and he's fine with it. Probably better for us to swing by all of them once, really. Oh, I almost forgot. Prince Oliver sent you a few requests to take care of. He did? Oh, joy. The details are all right behind you. Behind us? Oh, it's a nice computer screen. I only ever really used one in class. No need to fear, technology doesn't bite. Plus, it'll be easier in the long run for you to grab stuff from there. Go and take a look. Lucky us, they are made by the Epstein Foundation, so they're identical to the ones we use in class. Here we go. Wait, I've seen... God. Something popped up. Extra activities. The Intelligence Division has some of these too, I think. Okay, so there's Badass in Danger. Tyr is in trouble. I'll tell you at the inn in Legram. Okay. Captain Craig. Lieutenant General Craig. Civilian we had taken into protective custody has vanished. So we need to go to their camp. Find our first years. Monica, Mint, Casper, and Vivi. And then Monster Madness is in Nord. Okay. So they're all over the place. Interesting. So I guess there will be a world map with like fast travel to the different places. There's one from Nord, one from Legram, and one from Garelia's Proving Ground. Seems we've got plenty of work in store for us all over the country. Now I wish it was my imagination, but I think I saw a depressingly familiar name on one of them as well. I'm kinda worried about the one Dad sent us. I don't think we can ignore that unusual monster that's appeared in Nord either. Prince Oliver took the time to gather and send all of these to us himself? Wow, how did he manage to do that? He just left for Western Erebonia. He's a guy with plenty of connections, especially through the Bracer Guild. He said he's going to keep finding stuff like this that he thinks you can handle and send them your way. How many you end up doing is up to you, but I'd recommend taking care of the more urgent ones at least. Helps us keep our focus. I would assume checking the safety of our fellow store students is our top priority, yeah. Anytime we find something, we'll update the computer. Who knows, maybe they'll be willing to join us too. I'm certainly very grateful for those classes. Guess we'll be checking this thing pretty often. Okay. If we need modifications, we can talk to George. Would you mind including me? I'd like to see the strange monster from the Highlands request myself. It's temporarily not possible to remove Gaius. Yep, I got that. So we have Gaius, and we have... Let's see... Machias. And then probably... I don't know. Let's get Emma. And then as support we have Fee and Elliot. I think that's good. Let's get going. So how does this work? The Awakening Lions. I should probably do as the instructor recommends and tour the facilities on board at least once before disembarking. You can now view the student info tab in your notebook. Wait. Ah, here. Monica, Colette, Monk, Becky, Rosine. Or is this not? Oh no, here it is. Student info. Question marks all over. Amazing. And we got Cerulean Hearts. Accuracy plus 100%, crit plus 10%. Ooh. I'm actually giving this to you. And then you can have Spider Badge. You can have the Orange Cape. Gladiator Hatbands. Green Pendulum. I think that's good. So we can check here. Student information. Monica being looked after by the Imperial Army at the Gralia Proving Ground. Assisting the Imperial Army at the Watchtower in the North Highlands. Sighted in Legram. Sighted in Legram. In the Ancient Quarry in the North Highlands. Interesting. Emily and Nicholas formed a resistance group with the other second year sighted along the Corellia Byroad. Interesting. Settings / dress up. Wait. Toggle the Courageous flight animation. Change towards accessories. Okay, interesting. I don't know why we could do that, but sure. But I think that means we can actually give her the kitty ears as well if you want. Okay, let's go to the Orbital Factory. George said he brought the Orbital bike on board. Maybe it's here. This area contains the Orbital Factory. Like any other Orbital Factory, you can forge weapons and synthesize quartz. Simply speak to George. As this area also happens to be the most spacious part of the Courageous, it's also where Valimar and the Orbital bike are stored. Eventually, both of these can be customized as well. Wait. Customization? What do you mean I can customize Valimar? Hi, Valimar. Take your mana's recovered. It stands at 50% replenished. Well, that's good enough, I guess. I don't know how much that is in the grand scheme of things. I see that new power has awakened within you as well. Don't know if I'd call it new exactly. Power's always been within me. I just didn't understand what it was or why it was there. But thanks to everyone's help, it finally feels like it's a part of me, if that makes sense. I need to keep practicing using it. I can't have a repeat of what happened aboard the Pantagruel. You appear to be aware of your own limitations. Much like how you learn to better synchronize with me through practice, humans must improve their specifications through similar means. You need only... Humans must improve their specifications. Yes. You need only to work towards your improvement to gain optimal proficiency for the battles to come. I suppose you're right. Can't help but feel that one day this power will be useful to me as an awakener too. I won't be able to use it all the time, but I'll do what I can to get better at making use of it. We can now use the craft Spirit Unification. Nice. Activating it cures all status abnormalities and increases Reen's strength in battle significantly. It raises strength, defense, and speed by 50% and imbues him with the Unleash status, which changes crafts and nullifies status or stat down. That is insane, actually. That is so powerful. But I'm assuming that the game is balanced around it, so... This is for delivering cargo. Hi there, George. Figured it'd come in handy at some point. It was still in good conditions thanks to uses, but I did make a few modifications to it. Like what? I changed a few parts so that they'll be better suited to riding off the road. So now you'll be able to ride it on rougher terrain. Feel free to take it for a spin at any time. Oh, we can ride it whenever we want? Even if it were to break down or something, it wouldn't be hard to come and collect it with the Courageous, so go ahead and have fun riding it around. Oh my god, we can just bike around now? Amazing. Oh, but the sidecar was roughed up pretty badly. I can fix it for sure, but it's gonna cost a lot of Mira to buy all the materials. No. What would you say about giving it a brand new paint job? Sure. By pressing the tab key on the highway to open the navigation screen and pressing it again, you can ride the bike wherever you are. Press the tab button twice in succession while on highways in certain field maps to ride the orbital bike. Cannot be done from dungeons. That's fine. You can also customize the color. Modify ornaments. Shop. We can buy yellow coloring. And a sidecar unit. Sure. I do want to exchange some of this. Ooh, Murakumo. Attack / crafts deals critical damage. Increased damage dealt by criticals. Yes. Who would I give that to though? So you have speed. I'm tempted to give this to you. Megalith is pretty nice though. So it's less speed, but everything else is better. I'm very tempted. I like how fast she is, though. Oh, that's such a difficult choice. No, I like Raven too much. Wait, so can I change the... Nice. We can go for... I don't like yellow. We can have the sidecar though. Nice. Kitchen. Just need to explore everything. Okay, there's a lot here. Has a wide variety of facilities, including a kitchen and an infirmary. While these facilities are currently a little, shall we say, limited, more will become available as you continue to recruit students. This floor also contains a game room, which is just right for playing Blade 2 against your classmates. Oh, I forgot about Blade. Why, it's Blade 2 though. What is different from Blade 1? She's got everything. Reminds me, they weren't exactly in the judges' moods, of course, but it was pretty clear that they're still thinking about you. That's nice, but you're my family now, and that's what's important. Aww. Hi, William. This ship's so fancy. There's so much to see, I can't even decide where to start. I mean, I would if this thing had a chef. I was hoping for some tasty grub. Well, we're flying with a skeleton crew right now. Chefs aren't exactly essential on a ship compared to, say, engineers. But that's why we need to get to work on recruiting students. The more we get, the better the courageous. Makes sense when you put it like that. Makes me kind of jealous of the nobles, though. I bet the Pentacruel's got some real top-class chefs on board. They gave you some super fancy food when they took you aboard, right? It's not like I could really enjoy it that much, given the whole hostage thing. I guess it wouldn't hurt to ask. Have you ever heard of something called the Black Workshop before? Huh? Hold on, who told you about it? Figured she might know. The Altina girl mentioned it to me. She said it's the place she belongs to. She also said they loaned her to the Alliance. Just what kind of place loans someone else a girl? How much can I say here? Is the confidential info in their intelligence division file enough? That sounds like stuff you shouldn't be telling me, but sure. Well, we don't know where it is or anything, but it's a really unique arms workshop. They make weapons to order, but one thing they have in common is that they're all super powerful and super hard to use. You know, for terrorists, high-level Jaegers, customers like that. That huge rifle Crow used to shoot Grams was probably made there too. You think? Well, it was designed to hit a target over 3,000 arcs away with pinpoint accuracy. That's pretty nuts. Blair says it's the same one he used when he faked his own death back at the mine too. But if they did make it, I wonder if that means they're allied with the Alliance. 3,000 arcs is 3 kilometers, by the way. That's a lot to take in. But why would a girl like Altina be affiliated with a place like that? Then there's that climb Solas of hers. That's basically her personal Argatlum. Wait a second, does the Black Workshop make the combat shells or something? What about Argatlum for that matter? Ding ding ding. Gramps used to do business with them through the intelligence division from what I hear. But about a year ago, I guess all contact with them just stopped. Lecter was trying to find out where the actual workshop was for a while, but he didn't have any luck. Is that so? Still, I betcha we're gonna run into that girl and her Sammy sooner or later. I'm getting a kind of rival vibe from them, you know? Me and Lemmy have got to keep up our training so we can beat him. We're gonna do 1,000 arm swings a day and 1,000,000 push-ups. And we're gonna be so buff you won't even know what hit you. Just be sure to do those arm swings on the deck and away from people so you don't hit anyone. Yeah, just don't punch people in the face, please. Unless there are enemies, I guess. All of the ship's operating manuals are in here and shockingly are relatively easy to understand. In fact, the biggest hurdle to reading them is extricating all of the other books that have been jammed in here. I think we can blame that on Prince Oliver. It's okay to relax. Yeah, relax a little bit. Room seems unused, but the door is locked. Computer room. There's no one in here. And then we have the infirmary. Emma. It's Mr. Do It himself. Guess you're too cool to care about the potential risks of kicking your support out of the core, huh? Talk about holding a grudge. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Emma's got most of my attention now, but when you're fighting in Valimar, I'm your support. I need to see what you two are capable of, so don't count me out yet. Emma? What a well-stocked infirmary. All of the usual essentials like medicine and bandages are here. That's good. I would hope so. Oh. Canned juice, canned coffee, energy drinks. There's some game rooms. Can I play Blade against someone? Feels like ages since the last time I had a chance to play Blade. Wait, didn't I end up with some cards when I was on the Pentagram? Upon closer inspection, you notice a scrap of paper stuck between two of the cards inside. What's this? Welcome to the new and improved version of Blade, creatively titled Blade 2. It's basically the same thing, but with a few more cards to make it more strategic. Give it a shot, I think you'll like it. Just don't let it distract you too much from becoming a better night pilot, okay? Crow. God damn it, Crow. Yeah, he gave it to us when we beat him up. He could have just given it to me when we were sitting together, but I guess this is a much more Crow approach. Oh well. I like the sound of more strategic. Maybe I should try inviting someone down for a game. Can I do that right now? You can only deepen your bond with 5 characters at a time. Characters you have deepened your bond with get a star next to their name. After each major story development, these stars are removed, allowing you to deepen your bond with any 5 characters of your choosing again. Okay, that's nice. Well, first of all, Machias.
I'm not gonna hold back.
Let's play some card games.
All
Oh, it's been a
Go
while.
ahead and draw. You're up first, Reem.
Bolts. Oh god, I forgot how this works. Switches your cards with your opponents. Doubles your current total. Yeah, let's just do a simple blade. Okay. Just gonna do a mirror.
Crap.
Tie it up.
We're even. We'll have to redraw. We're even. We'll have to redraw. All right. I'm going first.
Okay. So far, so good. Bolt, okay. That's fine.
Force.
Switch cards.
Crap. Mirror. Crap. Mirror.
No, not mirror. Damn it,
I won this
Machias. Damn it. He got me. Okay. Who else? Can I check my cards? Bolt card, special rule. Blade card with a value of 1 can be used to bring back a card removed by the use of a bolt card. Mirror cards are used to switch the positions. Blast cards allow you to choose one of the opponent's cards to discard. This does not let you see their hand, however. Using any of them as your last move is considered a foul and will cost you the match, yeah. You just can't just keep them in your hand until forever. Feet.
Let the battle begin.
Play me. Let's see. Ooh. I haven't seen that.
draw
Oh, that's
here,
the
right?
blast card.
I'm first. Guess we'd better draw again. You're
Nice.
first, I guess. Looks like I win.
Oh, what? I didn't mean to play it. No. Well, at least we lost quickly, I guess. That's fine. Oopsie.
Promise you'll go easy on me?
I mean, I went easy on Fee.
Shall we draw? And the first move is all yours, Reen.
Then I'll just do this.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to use a blast card.
Rude. Oh my god. That is not good for me. I don't like that. Not one bit.
Oh no! This could be trouble. I'm going to use a bolt card. Oh no! This could be trouble. I'm going to use a bolt card.
Roots.
Well, how about that?
Oh my god, I can't win. Why am I so bad? I mean, I got very unlucky with the force card that she used, I think. We have to win one, surely.
Then let us begin our duel.
Surely we can win one.
Please, draw a card. We're evenly matched. Let's redraw. Then I'll make the first move.
Okay. I'm just gonna bolt.
Well played. Mirror!
Then do this.
Power!
Interesting. Mirror.
I didn't expect that. I admit defeat.
Oh my
Well
god. Get wrecked. I got kind of lucky there though. And last one, we do Elliot.
Go easy on me, okay?
Okay, that's not a bad
okay,
hand.
Let's draw. Being tied means we have to redraw. Looks like you're up first.
Oh god. I'm just gonna mirror that.
Really? You're playing that now?
Yeah.
Mirror!
Oh my god. Okay, fine. Let's do this.
Being tied means we have to redraw, right? Looks like you're up first. Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, okay. I thought he was gonna have something. I guess not. GG's. Okay, we played our cards. Let's go to the shops. I don't know how much we can actually buy here, but we'll have to see. You can access the front and rear decks from this floor, and it's where all the shops are. I'll probably see a lot of this place. Only one shop is available for now, but by recruiting Thor students you can raise the number to 4. There's a nap room, nice. You can have naps. Doing some violin maintenance, probably seems kind of strange. I would have thought so too, but Prince Oliver changed my mind with a few choice words of encouragement. He said, "War no more, the power of music never weakens." If the path of a musician is truly what you aspire to, then even the way you fight should reflect that on and be your own. That's nice. He's performed all over the country and even outside of it. I'm not exactly sure what he means about finding my own way to fight, but I'm going to try to figure that out. Yeah. Elliot and I have been talking about what we should do now that we have the ship. Making sure everyone from Thor's is alive and well should definitely be our top priority. I think it'd be helpful to have the entire lacrosse club on board, but the other students probably wouldn't hurt. The more the better. Yeah, let's just get the entire lacrosse club on board. Why not? Okay, do we have enough? Oh god. I guess it would be most important to get the people who I have in my party currently the better weapons. I'm running out of money this way. I can probably sell some stuff here. Just to have a bit more money. Okay. We can go to the rear deck, front deck, boarding gate, which are locked. Gaius is here? Oh, is that the hawk you saved back in Nord? That saved us back in Nord? Good eye. His name's Zio and he's a friend of mine. Flew all the way here just to spend some time with us. I don't speak Hawk, but I'd guess he's saying that he's happy we're all back together again. Aw. My people revere hawks as sacred birds, so I think his being here is a sign that the ship has the wind's blessing. I'm sure it does, yeah. And birds are cute, so... if the hawk can help us out, all the better. Just some engines. Cool. Then there's the conference room and training. God, it's gonna take a bit before we're actually out and about again. Just because there's so much to see. This floor is the conference room and the royal room. The latter is exclusively for Princess Alphen, obviously, but I bet we'll be using the former quite a bit. Contains a number of useful facilities, including a conference room and various training rooms. It also contains the royal room, which, as the name suggests, was designed for members of the Imperial family on board. Right now, that's Princess Alphen. There are 3 training rooms in all, built to train your close combat, ranged combat, and arts capabilities, respectively. These can't be used immediately, but you will be able to use them once you have recruited students capable of running them. Cool. Let's speak to Princess Alphen. Hello, Reen. Hello, Your Highness. What's that document you've got over there? It's just a little formality I need to go through before we really get started. It's to show that control of this ship has been temporarily passed from our family to you, and that you've been given the legitimate rights to use it as you see fit. Oh right, well, if you need me to cross any T's or dot any I's, let me know. You've been gracious enough to join us on the ship, so the least I can do is to help out with whatever you need. Oh, don't worry, half of being a member of the Imperial family is paperwork anyway. I can handle it on my own. Besides, you've all helped me more than enough already. Come to think of it, I never did thank you for saving me from the Pentagrule, did I? Properly, I mean. Thank you very much, Reen. I truly never expected that you would be my knight in shining armor. That's not something I need to be thanked for. Back in Ymir, I swore that I would rescue both you and Elise from the Alliance. I've completed half of that task, and now I've got to finish the job. Then let me help you with rescuing her. I'll be keeping a close eye on you all the while to see if you're really Order of the Phoenix Wings metal material, okay. What's this now? It's a very exclusive honor that my family only awards every few years to people who are really deserving of it. There are 3 medals in all: charity, love, and strength, awarded to people who exemplify said virtues. It just so happens that, as the ship of the Imperial family, we have some of those medals on here, so I have them to give. That's remarkably convenient. So if you demonstrate your worthiness for any of those medals, I'd like to give them to you. Though, in your case, I'm sure it's more a matter of when than if. I don't know if I'd say that. Still, can't hurt to try to live up to those lofty expectations. But medals or no medals, the most important thing to me right now is rescuing Elise. And helping you reunite with your family too. Of course. You can now read about the Order of the Phoenix Wings. And you can fast travel using the tab key, that is very nice. Medal of Charity. An award granted only to those who have independently and voluntarily strived to better the lives of others across the land. Medal of Love, an award granted only to those who have demonstrated love for their fellow human beings, showing and earning the trust and understanding of many people. And a Medal of Strength, an award granted only to those who have performed great acts of strength, defeating powerful foes to protect this nation and its people. Strength seems to be an easy one to get eventually. If there's a threat, you know, that we have to vanquish. Taking my brother already left. To be perfectly honest, I breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't come out to meet us. Having the ship in our possession is like having a sword dangled over our heads. The day will come when we have to face him. We're nothing to him now, but if we use that time, in what time we have wisely, perhaps that won't be the case next time. Yeah, we've got this. We can beat Rufus. I'm sure of it. Okay, we can't use these, but we can go into the short one. Between our swords and our ship, I'm certain we can make a difference, and together we shall do so. Can we do actually training or no? No. Okay. We can't do training yet. Customize weapons. Oh, I don't have that one. I'm missing 3. Okay. But those are for the ones I don't have in my party, so that's fine. I think we're ready. All that's left is talk to Toa. After landing, you can board the Courageous again by pressing the tab key to access the navigation menu, followed by pressing the space key. Note that this feature is not available in dungeons and select portion of the story. That makes sense. And then reporting quests, yeah, I know about that. And student information as well. I already know. Okay. I think we're ready to go. Something I heard right before I left the academy that you might find interesting. Apparently there's a number of second-year Thor students out there trying to fight the Alliance. Supposedly, after helping the first years escape, they split up and spread out across the country. They've been on the move ever since, trying to set up Arcus relay devices wherever they can. And don't you forget it. Yeah, the second years are pretty tough. But seriously, if we can find them, I'm sure they'd be a great asset to our cause. There's a chance you'll run into them in a populated area, but I'm guessing you'll have better luck on the highways. Okay. Choose destination. We can now travel to Ymir. Nord and Garrelia Fortress. Oh. And Legram. When you've decided where you want to go, let me know and I'll take you there.
Where do you want to go?
I think first stop I want to go to Garrelia Proving Ground.
Full speed ahead!
There's not a whole lot here, but that means I can clear it pretty quickly. I can't call the motorcycle here. I guess that makes sense. Monica, hello. Oh, we need to bring Laura over? She specifically wants to see Laura. Okay, then. We'll just party. I guess... No, wait, we'll have Laura instead of Elliot then. Laura, and the rest of Class 7 too. I've been looking forward to seeing you again for quite some time now, Monica. I'm so glad to see you're safe and sound. And I'm happy to see you were able to find the rest of your classmates. We all finally got back together in Legram not too long ago, actually. But we didn't come to tell you that. There's actually something we wanted to ask you. Will you fight as part of the Courageous crew? I'm glad you took the time to come out and find me, but I can't imagine I'd prove all that useful. I may be a military academy student, but I'm not exactly a natural brawler. You don't have to take up a sword to come and fight with us, though. Even in the military, not every soldier stands on the front lines with a gun in hand. Success comes from all kinds of people making the most of their talents to strengthen the group as a whole. And speaking personally, having you with us would really put me at ease, allowing me to fight my very best. Well, I have picked up some skills helping out with the cooking and some other basic tasks here at the camp. I don't know how much that knowledge will really help you, but I'll do all I can to lend a hand with whatever needs doing on board. Nice. That's 1. 1 down. Then we need to talk to Captain Craig. Or Lieutenant General Craig. Whatever his name is. I did come here for your request, yes. Missing civilian. Please don't hold back on our account. We're certainly busy, but that's all the more reason to get this taken care of. My men are in charge of patrolling the area and taking any civilians found wandering it into our safe custody. The one we called you here about was found wandering the highway a few days ago. After that, he remained in base camp without causing trouble until this morning when he simply disappeared. Okay, so we have to find him. Sure. It's possible that someone here in the camp may have seen him leave. Perhaps asking around is a good start. I guess I'll talk to people. Stood out a fair bit. You might find out something about where he could have gone if you ask around. We've destroyed 7 of them just this week. That may not be the time. Need to formulate some kind of plan. Wait, is there actually... No. There's nothing else you say. Why are they marked as important for the quest? I'm not sure. Looking for the young man who's in the camp at the moment. He does come here from time to time. He always seems so sad. I tried to strike up a conversation, thinking it'd cheer him up. And it did too. He went out seeming all cheerful and motivated afterwards. Don't happen to know where he is right now? No. Okay. Great. So she talked to him and he got all motivated and ran off somewhere. That's not a lot of info. You're looking for the civilian. He spent most of his time wandering around the camp. I'm afraid I don't know. I wish I could be a little more helpful. You then? I hope his sudden disappearance doesn't confirmed the suspicions I had about him being a spy. Just this morning, actually, he was standing off in the corner of the camp muttering to himself. Couldn't make out what he was saying, but it seemed like he was looking for someone. Oh, there's Monk. You want to go on board the Courageous? Not in the mood, not right now anyway. As you know, I'd normally jump at the chance. We all know how much material it'd give me. But there's nothing but news on the radio these days, so what's the point of sending in material? Who will read it? Why even look? Okay, sure. We'll have to come back for Monk some other time, I guess. Looking for the civilian. He did come around every time we were serving a meal. He seemed kind of pitiable, really. Spilled his soup a few times and always gave this odd, insincere smile when he did. Do you remember when he was last around? His morning's breakfast. Who knows when he'll pop in again. Interesting. Any more info? That was a tough job. You're those students, aren't you? I wasn't expecting to find you here. He's missing, is he? I did actually see him roughly an hour ago. Where did you see him? He was heading in the direction of the fortress. I couldn't tell you more than that, though. Yeah, what would he want there? I guess we'll go over there. There's holes all over the place. No matter how many times I see what's left of this fortress, it doesn't get any less shocking. It's not as though we had any real personal attachment to the fortress, but to see this happen to it? There's no time to be feeling overwhelmed by the scenery. We need to find a civilian. Felt like some kind of distortion in this area. Maybe it was just my imagination. Was it?
I spy with my little eye the goods.
Crystal Flood. Sure. Seems pretty good. More treasure. Over this way. My treasure sense is tingling.
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise? There's a treasure chest here.
Adamantine shield. And then Sepis Mass Night. Nice. That is a decent chunk of money. There's a blue chest as well. For who though? Fee and Sarah. We can do this.
Hostile spotted. Beginning combat. Okay.
Okay. Let's do a flash grenade.
Here.
My turn.
Thundering Roar.
My turn. Eliminating targets.
Then sweep. Slow them all down. Ow.
Okay. I'll handle it.
The dirty rats. Ow.
I'll handle it.
Rude.
Here I go.
I'm just gonna do this into Plasma Storm. Get him, Sarah.
Let's see if you can live through this.
Nice.
My turn. Arcus, activate.
And then we go into Sylphie Dance.
I messed up.
Okay, Sarah, come on.
I'll handle it.
Come on, why would you die, Sarah? What the heckers? That is so silly of you. Why would you do such a thing? I actually might have to let's heal ourselves. I could have done better, but they missed. It's over.
My turn.
Good job. Was a little bit of a mess, but we did it.
Hostiles neutralized. Guess we're safe.
Speed Breaker. Call the Courageous, adjust party. Oops. Yeah, let's get Elliot back on board here. So what is this Speed Breaker? Because it sounds good. Attacks and cross cause speed minus 25%. Yeah, sounds good to me. I think you already have... No, you don't have Sandy Force, actually. You can have this then. Gonna have hits. Just making sure that everyone has their stuff. Let's talk to these. You're one of those store students. What are you doing here? You could come under attack at any time. I suggest you hurry back to the base camp. We're looking for someone. Sorry, it doesn't ring a bell. We just came back from patrolling the by road. Didn't see anyone there. You must be somewhere in the fortress then. Can we go to the by road? We can. Wait, is that treasure we didn't open? How could I be so careless? How could I have left unopened treasure? Unforgivable. Can you believe it, chat? That I would just forget treasure?
Now's our chance. Let's get him.
They tried to run away from us.
Now! Here!
But it's not gonna work.
You're finished! Leave it to me. Yeah, there!
It's my turn. How about this?
It's my turn. Huh.
They knew they wouldn't be able to beat us.
Here I go. Sit!
That's that. Let's keep moving.
Only an EP charge. Well, that's fine. At least we got it. I can't leave the treasure unopened. Let's go back. Back to Garrelia Fortress. And then go see who the innocent civilian is, I guess. I wonder if it's someone I know or if it's just some random person. It should be all the way across here. There they are. I can't find him anywhere. I even came all the way to this scary looking place to find him. Who is this? Ricky, where are you? If you're there, say something. Could this be... Yeah, I think this is our guy. He looks oddly familiar too. Whatever, we should probably ask him what he's doing. Yeah, who is Ricky? Why are you looking for them? In a fortress that's been destroyed? You came here looking for a friend you were separated from just before the war broke out. Ricky went to Heimdall on his own, and right after that they got occupied by the Alliance. I've been all over the place looking for him, even to Heimdall Station, but I can't find him anywhere. I'm so sorry, Ricky. If only I'd gone with you. That is quite worrying. It's really scary seeing what's going on over at Crossbell. The last girl to win my heart is still there too. Oh, Fran, please be okay. You may have turned me down, but I'll never forget your beautiful smile. Well, regardless, now we know what you're doing here. I still don't think you should be coming to places this dangerous without some type of permission, though. This area could become a battleground at a moment's notice. We should get you back to the base camp. I suppose you're right. I can't say I like this place very much anyway. And it's not like I'm gonna find Ricky here, so I don't mind coming with you. Right. I wonder where Ricky is then. Maybe we can help him eventually. Oh. I'm sure that's fine. Don't worry about that. Anton is resting in a mess hall. He's been warned not to cause any more trouble. You've all done a fine job. You found him not a moment too soon. We've received a report of an unidentifiable large monster appearing not long ago. Inside Gorelia Fortress, no less. Is some new species? It must have only just appeared too, because we didn't see anything like that when we were there. This isn't the first time it's happened. We've been receiving reports of strange monsters appearing out of nowhere in various locations. Could they be cryptids? It's likely due to the chaos in Erebonia becoming all the greater. And if that's the case, or the cause, it's very possible the same thing is happening all over the country. We'd like to take care of the problem, but we can't spare manpower, so you are gonna have to do it for us. Answer goggles. Answer goggles. Accuracy plus 50%, crit plus 10% prevents blind. Do I prefer that over... I mean, prevents blind is good. Sure. You get the goggles. I'm gonna go back to see if I can fight the monster. Oh, God. What the heck? What the heck is that? Some kind of hippo turtle creature? It's huge. Volglyph.
Stay calm. We can get through this.
Ancient glyph. Ow. Okay, that hurts. That hurts a lot.
They're open. Got you. Here I go.
Spirit unification.
My turn.
Overdrive.
Overdrive. There. Ha! Now's our chance. Let's go, everyone. Right. Leave it to me. Sit. There. Eat that.
How about this?
All right.
And Savage Fang.
Take this. They're open. Got you. Let's move. Sit. Now's our chance. Here.
So far, so
I
good.
need to turn this around.
Serene Blessing. On. Do you not have? I mean, I guess you have Holy Breath.
Arcus activate.
That works.
Leave this to me.
Millbreaker.
Break! They're off balance.
I'll back you up. Ha!
I appreciate it. I'll give you a boost.
Thank you very much.
Let's move.
Nice. And then we link with Machias. We Azure Flame Slash.
Gather on my blade. Strike!
Ow.
All right.
Try Savage Fang again.
Take this. Now.
I'll back you up.
Did that? Uh-oh. Rude.
I'm sorry.
You just lay down on me.
Here I go.
What the heck?
Blessing of the moon.
Thanks.
Right.
We're back though. And we can overdrive.
Overdrive.
Heal.
Hang in there, everyone.
Thank you.
Here I go. Ha! Now.
This fight
You're
is
mine.
pretty rough.
Leave this to me. Break. Now's our chance. Time to finish them off. Leave it to me.
All right.
Take this.
I don't know if I should be fighting this yet.
How about this?
I mean, I think I can do it though.
Yeah, there. Now.
I'll back you up. Of course. Blessing of the moon.
Thanks.
No, you don't.
Ancient Glyph. Gonna hurt.
How dare you? Let's move.
Let's do this. It's not gonna do much though. Oh, still 8,000 damage.
Here I go.
Not bad. Spirit Unification.
Here I go. Now. You're mine.
All right.
That will just kill you if I use that. We can try to do Turbulence. I don't think it will be blinded though. Nope.
My turn. There. Ha! Surrender your strength.
Calamity Hawk.
Calamity.
I'm just trying to not get it. Let it get the heal off here. Okay. Miss, very good.
Too slow. Now. You're mine. Here we go. Sit. Now's our chance. You're mine.
Okay, that's fine.
That's embarrassing.
Here I go.
I'm gonna say that. Is it fine?
Marcus, activate.
It's not. It's not great. Ow.
It's my turn. Marcus, activate. My turn.
I guess if you use Spirit Unification
My turn.
and just keep going.
Now. You're mine. Thanks. Thanks. Here I go.
Of course.
Oh my god, okay, you can't. You're gonna have to use Celestial Bomb. Oh, I can't get there though. Okay, wait. This might be... We're gonna have to heal.
Thanks.
This is... gonna be painful. Ow.
Dare you? My turn.
Little Autumn Leaf Cutter. Delay, please.
Now. You're mine. It's my turn.
Energy Shell would be helpful, but... Let's do this.
Break.
First drive.
This isn't looking good.
Serene Blessing on Gaius.
Blessing of the moon.
Thank you. Let's move.
Serene gets healed. Motivate
All right,
on
let's do
everyone.
Leave it to me.
And then the hope is that it doesn't just kill all of us. Okay.
This can't be happening.
This isn't looking good.
It's not. You're right. It isn't looking good. Oh, we're dead. 07.
Sorry, everyone.
Retry or weaken enemies and retry. Did I save? Now I'm not sure. Okay, we'll retry one time.
Watch out. This is a tough one.
One time. Do this.
All right.
I shouldn't have done this actually.
Here I go.
That's fine. Crescent shell would be helpful, but I need to heal first.
Arcus activate.
Let's move.
You link up. Motivate.
All right, let's do this.
Leave it to me.
Right.
Mail breaker.
Break. They're off balance. Got you.
Now.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So far, so
It's
good.
my turn.
If you do this, then you're moved out of the way.
Now.
I'll back you up.
Doesn't live. That's annoying,
That's embarrassing.
but not
Here I
the
go.
worst. Spirit unification.
Let's move.
Overdrive.
Overdrive.
Flame impact.
Burn to ash. Fall. Now.
Casual 10,000 damage.
You're mine. Right.
Mail breaker.
Now's our chance.
Rush.
Let's do this. Leave it to me. Eat that. Ha. My turn.
Autumn leaf cutter.
There. Ha. Now's our chance. You're mine.
It's my turn.
Swing blessing on Gaius.
Blessing of the moon.
Bring him back.
Thank you.
Give you the ultimate shot.
My turn.
Now we could do overdrive again. I think it's best if we don't, though. I don't want to immediately use up all of that.
There. Ha.
Oh, delay, nice.
Here I go.
Of course.
At least it keeps missing Emma, that's nice.
Arcus activate.
It's my turn.
We're doing so little damage to this thing.
Thank you. My turn.
Ow.
It's my turn. They're open.
I'll back you up.
Let's move. Here goes. Overdrive.
Overdrive, spirit unification.
My turn. Ha! Now's our chance. Marcus, let's go.
Leave it to me. It's my turn.
Arts. Earth Pulse. Marine.
Thanks. Here I go.
Ha! Now! You're mine!
It's my turn.
There's the Crescent Shell on you both.
From harm. Crescent shell.
Here I go. Sit.
Okay.
All right.
This is just gonna take a while. Giant cryptid, sluggish but covered in a very hard shell. Its high pressure breath blows foes away.
Yeah, there!
Here I go.
Ha! Now! You're mine! It's my turn.
Nailbreaker does not have a high chance of working at all.
Break!
It never does work.
Got you!
Pressurized fluids. Is that reflected? Yep. Doesn't do anything though.
Of course.
It does help. Because they don't take damage, but
It's
still.
my turn. There!
Here I go.
I can't get both of them. That is a shame. I guess I'll try to do this.
There!
No, it doesn't matter actually. Doesn't matter. Ancient glyph. Oh, it hits all of us? I didn't think it would hit all of us.
Let me help.
Thank you. How dare you!
Because
It's my
I
turn.
spread out specifically not to get hit by it. Apparently that didn't matter though.
My turn.
Let's motivate
All right,
ourselves.
let's do this! Leave this to me!
Earth Pulse on her.
It's my turn.
Emma. Serene Blessing on Green.
Blessing of the moon.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
This is fine. It's not at all fine, but this is fine.
Leave it to me. Let's move.
Spirit Unification.
Here I go.
I don't think Motivate actually helps at all because Spirit Unification just overrules it, doesn't it?
Leave this to me.
I think. I'm not sure.
Time barrier. Break!
Let's get Emma to act first.
Here I go.
Can do Holy Breath here.
I appreciate it.
And then ultimate shots. Calamity Hog. That's fine. That's actually perfectly fine.
Whoopsie.
My turn. Sit. Here we go.
Guess healing yourself is not really what I want to do right now.
Burn to ash. Fall. Now, let's go, everyone. All right.
Nice critical. But we're still not even halfway. Ancient Glyph, yeah, it's over. GG's. I mean, it's possible Emma brings this back.
Of course.
But it's so unlikely.
Blessing of the moon.
Thanks.
Oh, good miss.
Too slow.
It's my turn. Blessing of the moon.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
There is a chance,
Here I go.
technically. Very, very, very low chance. But there's technically a chance.
Sit.
It missed again.
Too slow. Let's
Yeah, as
move.
long as you keep missing, I'm good.
Huh.
Let's heal up slightly. Ancient Glyph, okay. Okay then, sure. Sure, dude.
Too slow.
It missed us again.
This can't be happening. Here I go.
Somehow. Somehow we're surviving.
Oh, I need to turn this around.
Yeah, you do need to turn this around.
Blessing of the moon.
I don't think you can turn this around by yourself though, Emma.
Huh.
It keeps missing. As long as it keeps missing.
Let's move.
Not bad. That's fine.
It's my turn.
Oh, it's gonna get a critical. Heal yourself, Emma.
All right.
Right now, survival is more important. Ancient Glyph. It's a good thing I healed.
Too slow.
Guys goes down again.
That's embarrassing.
Here I go.
That's fine though. Let's bring Markios back.
I appreciate it.
Body crush. Barely live.
I won't give up.
Okay, Reen. The Tiro Balm is not gonna save you actually. I mean it might, but chances are it won't. And just tear is also not gonna be enough. I guess you're gonna have to try. It might save you.
My turn.
Oh wait, you have another turn. Okay. Perhaps.
There. Ha! Now. You're mine.
Okay, that doesn't kill.
Of course. Blessing of the moon.
Keep Reen alive.
Thanks. It's my turn.
Keep Reen alive at all costs.
Hang in there, everyone.
Thank you very much.
And heal her. Oh, that's double. That's not good. Yep.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Of course.
Tear on yourself.
Right.
Energy shell, you can't do it on anyone else. Can you actually run far enough to... Nope. Okay. This is fine. We can burst right Emma so she can get the craft points and bring someone back. This is such a mess. I should not have fought this thing just yet.
Blessing of the moon.
Thanks.
Pressurized fluid, that's fine. It missed.
Too slow.
Ancient glyph, that is not fine. Please miss. It missed Emma. Which is something, but that's not the one I wanted it to miss.
Of course.
Bring back Reen again.
Blessing of the moon.
Thanks.
And it goes again. Oh god. Oh no.
Of course.
We're losing. We're losing it.
Blessing of the.
Thanks.
Yeah, there's no way.
Here I go.
There's no way.
Bless.
Thanks.
You can keep bringing him back, and he will keep getting murdered unless it misses. Oh, it missed. Okay.
Too slow.
Is there comeback time? Maybe. No, it's not. Never mind. We're dead. We're dead.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Okay, we're not fighting this thing. Okay, please tell me I saved. Curly Fortress Ruins. Yes, I did save. I was smart and I did save. Good. I'm smart like that. Okay, we'll have to come back here later. Oh wait, was that an important cutscene? I hope not. So she is now at the kitchen, maybe? Where would she have gone? No? We picked up one of the students, but I don't know where she went. I think the cutscene might have shown us, and I just skipped it. Does it now say? Oh yes, she's not in the list anymore. But it doesn't help us. I want to know where she is now. Like, we picked her up. Monica. We welcomed Monica on board. Yeah, okay, but where is she then? Where did she go? Where did we put her? I mean, Juices is in here. And Often is in there. I don't know, are they actually around somewhere? They must be, right? The shop? Ah, there you go. Ever since you brought me on board, I've been trying to figure out what to do to play my part. So I started thinking about what I was good at, and it hit me. Lunchboxes. Oh, nice. I'm trying to improve my skills and make the best lunchboxes I possibly can. Sure. I would love a lunchbox. Anything you that you taste and think, wow, that's superb, will do. They'll help me expand my lunchbox repertoire. Given that you carry your own recipe book around everywhere, I thought you'd be the perfect person to ask. Sure. Do we have anything superb? No. Okay. Cool. I can probably make some superb dishes though.
Okay, let's give this a try. Well, okay, let's give this a try.
Wait, how do I get the superb ones?
Sure, I'd love to. It looks great.
There it is, I think. Is that right? I don't know. One of those is superb, I'm sure.
Sure, I don't mind.
One of you can cook that well.
All right, I'll give it a try. A delicacy?
Sure, I'd love to. It looks great.
I would think that the one with the stars is superb, but maybe the gold one is superb. I don't know. Oh yeah, there we go. Tricolor. Yeah, this is the one with the stars. And glistening soup. I don't know what that does for me, to be honest. I have no idea what that actually does for me. Also, hi Darius, by the way. I don't think I said that, did I? Okay, now...
Where do you want to go?
To... Actually, let me check again. The inn in Legram. Okay, so I think we want to go to Legram first.
Where do you want to go? Leave it to me.
And then we can go to the Nord stuff. I like that you have a lot more decisions on where to go. Yeah, the inn. So let's talk to this. No, I don't want to rest there. Seafood pilaf. Sure, I'll buy one. If only to check if eating it will give me the recipe for it. I don't think it does. I know that in Trails of the Sky that's kind of how it worked. Patiri! Patiri! Your cargo, right? Machias is a friend? I know you put in a request for help, but what are you doing all the way out of here in Legram? Something happened? What do you think happened? A bunch of noble soldiers came busting into the Ost district. They got us real salty, so we gave them some of the old babang, pow. But then they got mad at us and turned the tables. They wouldn't give up either, but then Patri, damn it. If I parse that correctly, it sounds like he really needs our help with something, and I guess Patri's in trouble? Allow me to translate. The patrolling soldiers' arrogance irritated him and Patri greatly. In response, they tried setting traps for them using boxes and drum cans in an effort to drive them away. Naturally, this does not go according to plan, as anyone with half a brain would expect. Machias, the hell are you doing here? I don't need a dork like you to help me sort this out. I can do it just fine on my own. Of course, I can tell from the tears streaming down your face that you're off to a flying start. Machias, I have no idea how you turned what he just said into what you just said, but I'm impressed. Unfortunately for me, I've had to put up with the two of them for a long time. You pick up some things after a while. I'm fairly sure I know how the rest of the story goes too. When the traps failed to have their intended effect, the soldiers gave chase. As they ran, Cargo and Patri lost sight of one another, which led to their current quandary. That's right, we were running from him, but then Patri told me to go on ahead. We were supposed to meet her, but she still hasn't shown. Patri! At least we finally gotten to the bottom of what happened. Could this mean that the soldiers did capture her? Yeah. I'd say if you're concerned, these two always defy expectations. What's that supposed to mean? We should make a few things clear. You two definitely specified Legram as the town to meet up in, correct? That's what I said, didn't I? I mean, we were kind of panicking at the time with the soldiers chasing us and all, but Patri took out a map and pointed right at the part where Legram is. She said we were meeting at a tiny little place in the boonies where no soldiers would ever even care enough to find us. Maybe shouldn't talk about the town like that, right? In front of its residents. I don't think they meant Legram. If they had a map, I can't imagine we're dealing with any sort of misunderstanding. One more question, Cargo. Were you both on the same side of the map when you were doing this? Or were you on opposite sides facing one another? Yeah, we were facing each other, so what? Have you worked something out, Machias? I think so. When they agreed on their destination, one of them was looking at the map upside down. I doubt she ever mentioned Legram. She probably pointed to a part of the map and said, here. They probably didn't even realize how much of a misunderstanding. Oh my god. We should look for a town that fits her description and is on the opposite side of the capital from Legram. Oh my god. Okay, well... Great. So we're gonna have to find the pottery somewhere. Oh, hi. Can only take so much of my parents. Maybe I'll go on a walk. Fair. Walks are nice. Any students around here that I can... at the chapel, right. One of them was here in the chapel. There you are. Vivi, have you been here all this time? I had no idea. Why the long face though? Linda and I got separated while we were escaping Thors. I haven't heard so much as a word from her about, well, about her since. I've prayed for her to be okay more times than I can count. I even started watering the plants here for extra Idios brownie points. I don't think you can butter up the god by watering flowers, but maybe. You're still not doing very well. Ugh, I'm useless, both as a gardening club member and as a human being. No, don't be like that. This isn't you. Fee? You're the kind of person who loves causing trouble and putting pranks on everyone. Like Adol, me, Linda, even Reen sometimes. You skip classes and even your club meetings, pretend to be Linda to embarrass her and anyone who gets involved. But in the end, you always leave everyone with a smile on their face. Works with flowers too. They always look so happy whenever you take care of them. So sitting here alone, praying for someone to solve your problems for you, isn't you. Nobody would be able to stop the Vivi I know from running out and finding Linda herself. He's right. As it so happens, we're flying the Courageous all over Erebonia now. I can't guarantee you'll find her, but if you come with us, there's a chance you'll hear something about where she might be. So what do you say? You guys, of course I will. I don't know what's gotten into me lately, but if anyone should go out there and hunt her down, it's gotta be me. Sisters need to look out for each other, right? Bingo. Welcome to the team. That's another one. Another one down. Another one down. Another one bites the dust. Well, actually, they're not biting dust, hopefully. Not right now. And you're here? Hey guys. How have you been? Doing alright? Making myself useful here. Not that that's much though. I'm basically just taking care of weapon maintenance. Sounds useful to me. Do you want to come aboard the Courageous? Well, I'd love to help, especially if Monica's already on board, but quick question. Could you use the Courageous to fly over to the west? Theoretically, sure, we could use it to fly anywhere. That's not part of the area we're responsible for though. We were told to focus all of our efforts on the east side. Makes sense. I just figured I might be able to go and see how my family was doing over there is all. That's fair. I'm sorry, but I'm staying here on the ground for now. I'm hoping I'll get the chance to head over there and check on them myself. I wonder if we can find out for ourselves whether they're safe or not. Radio's not really an option, but I can't think of one newspaper that wouldn't be hard to get our hands on. Okay. I'm just going to... let's go to Abel Highway. Look around a little bit. Maybe we can actually use our...
Let us ride on.
Our bike. Oh yeah. Oh, this one. Oh yeah. Riding in style. Anything around here?
Winds, give us your blessing.
Well,
Here I go.
you shouldn't have run in front of my bike.
Second form. Gale! Leave it to me.
I am sorry.
I go where the wind takes me.
I feel stronger than ever.
I'm just checking if there's anything here I can do or not. South Cruisen.
I hope we're strong enough to take that monster on. I hope we're strong enough to take that monster on.
Don't worry about the monsters, we're fine. This needs to beret a heart. Okay. Fine, we won't go any closer. Let's return to the Courageous then. Okay, so no, that's just a cutscene we get every time. Okay, let's see where we can go next then.
Where do you want to go?
Ymir.
Leave it to me.
I think the friend he was talking about, because Ymir is on the opposite side of Legram. So it must be here. There she is, Pateri. Come on, spit it out. Where'd you hide Cargo? I know you did it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Wait, who's Cargo? Is that Pateri? Well, I'm glad we found her, but I can't believe she actually ended up here. Looks like my theory was right on the mark. Well, anyway. Hey, Pateri, could you please stop causing problems for strangers? Machias? The hell are you doing here, huh? It's not like I actually care, but it's nice to see your stupid face. I suppose. She's acting a bit odd, oh well. I'm glad to see you're doing well too. But seriously, what were you thinking trying to pick a fight with the army? We heard all about what happened. No good can come from worrying people so much, you know? What? Look who's talking. Pardon? You've got no idea how worried Ost was when we heard you were wanted by the army. For all we freaking knew, you were dead in the gutter somewhere. And then Uncle Carl ended up getting arrested on top of it all. Why do you think we started picking fights in the first place? We were scared. We were pissed off. We were whatever. It was better for us to do it than letting some amateurs try their luck. So that's what really happened. I'm not surprised that people in your neighborhood would worry about you. I'm sure Fiona must be really worried about me too. Sorry, I had no idea that was the case. I'm sorry for worrying you all so much. You should be saying that to everyone back home, not me. Anyway, that idiot Cargo said he was gonna meet me here ages ago, but he still hasn't shown up. So you're gonna help me look for him. Oh right, I almost forgot. Oops, completely slipped my mind. So she really did intend for them to meet here. Although there's no way to tell who was in the wrong now. What, you guys know something? You better not have him tied up somewhere, because if you do... Let's say we bring him before she... Wait, let's say we bring him here before she accuses us of anything else. I can't talk. Yeah, why didn't we pick him up before? Why didn't he just come with? That would have been easier, because now we flew from Legram to Ymir, all the way across the country. Just know that she's there, then fly back, pick him up, and then fly back again. It's like, come on. I know the ship is fast, but maybe don't do that many trips just for a little reunion. Pottery. Cargo. The hell have you been? Where the hell have you been all this time? I was freaking out like crazy, you damn pipsqueak. Where the heck was I? Where the heck were you? Ultra headlock time. Ah. Just who are these people? Oh, they're refugees from Heimdall. Really am sorry for all the trouble she's caused. I know this is a lot to ask, but would it be possible for them to stay in Ymir until the situation improves? Well, sure. They're not how I pictured people from Heimdall to be, but sure. Oh, check it out. It's a really warm-looking pond over there. Watch it, loser. It's clearly a trap. Ain't no way anyone would put something like that nice smack dab in the middle of town. Oh, you're right. You're so smart, Pottery. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to have a quick word with them so they don't cause any more trouble. Must be tough being you, Machias. I'd like to think we all had our fair share of challenges. I suppose all's well that ends well. Bunny Watch. Didn't we already have a Bunny Watch? Prevents delay. Oh no, we have a Kitty Watch. But a Bunny Watch is just a better Kitty Watch, apparently. Does that mean that bunnies are better than kitties? Is the game just telling us that? Actually, can we trade? Oh, there's so many. Heart Handbook, Skill Handbook, and Body Handbook, and then you can get the Warrior Handbook. Interesting. Bunny Watch, Kitty Watch, Puppy Watch, and then you can get Animal Watch. So it's like getting collections of these items. Or bottle, black bangle. Can get a holy sphere. Prevents death blows is pretty good. Stone brooch. Cozy socks. I can't do that while I have them equipped, apparently. Finish 2, voice breaker. I don't know if I want any of this. Actually, where is it? Terra? Terra. And then we go Quartz. Terra R. Just a better version. We can talk to mom and dad. And go forth and follow the path. That's what I'm intending to do. Anything else I can do here? Oh, we can snowboard actually. I should probably call it quits soon as well, but let's do some snowboarding first. Are there any more tracks? A2, A3, B1. Okay, well let's do this. Let's do it. Oh god. I missed one. I missed another one. Damn flags. Okay.
I did it!
Let's try to get all the flags. Surely I can make this. Nice. That was the difficult one. Shit. It's fine.
I did it!
Here, okay. And then A3. There. Oh shit, I missed that flag. I actually did not see it. Nice. Just barely.
I did it!
I can probably do better, but it's fine. Purple dotted board. Select board on the course menu is now available. It's purely cosmetic. I want a new board. Okay. I like the Ymir board, but sure, we'll do this one. And then go to the B course. These might be more difficult. Oh my god, that music. Oh, perfect. That was so good. With 10 seconds to spare as well.
I did it!
Even experienced boarders tend to struggle on that course. That was really something. Nice. So we got Silver Bell. Half delay after using Mirage Arts. That is pretty damn good. Let's do that. And then we got Hair, which increases odds of successfully running from a battle. Also gives Breath. Give Breath R. And what was the other thing we got? Wait, what was the other thing we got? I thought there was something else. Or was it like an equipment? Oh, it was the leggings. Sure, you can have these, Machias. Then we can return to the Courageous again. Then we read while we get a new recipe for one. I'm missing quite a few chapters for Gamberjack, which is very sad. Okay, let's see here. Noble Alliance dominates in the west. First is week-long battle. Azure Knights assaults all. End is in sight. Conflict near Twin Dragons Bridge. Negotiations with Crossbow. Courageous whereabouts still unknown. No longer is unknown though.
Where do you want to go?
I mean, I guess I want to go to Lake Lacrima. Nice and calm. Wait, can I ride my bike here?
Let us ride on.
Right.
I can either ride my bike or the horse. But obviously we bike. I mean, why have a bike if not to drive it around? Welcome home, guys, and thank you for coming. You've been keeping yourselves mighty busy since you left, haven't you? We heard all about you flying around on the Courageous. The Courageous has been a huge help too, and it's all thanks to Prince Oliver that we finally have a means to make our ideals a reality. He places hope for Erebonia's future in us, and we're going to do everything possible to ensure that hope isn't misplaced. We'd like your help. This is about the large monster. On one hand, this land is no longer plagued with war since the Noble Alliance has left, while on the other hand, the monsters here have grown restless. We haven't a clue why, but as a result, Lacan has been forced to go on patrol more often than before. And as if a huge monster showing up while he's away wasn't bad enough, the monster in question is strange to say the least. I couldn't say for sure, but it's possible it's another cryptid. And if that's the case, it may be a sign that things here aren't back to normal after all. Be more than happy to accept the request. It was last sighted in the northern part of the highlands, right in front of the giant statue. Okay. That's good to know. Do I do this quest before... I go to the ancient quarry, because we heard there was a student here. Do need to get food soon. Oh, but so much has opened up. It's amazing. Aren't you Clara? Oh, it's you, Warzel. I see you've got your classmates with you. What are you doing here? You took the words right out of my mouth. We could ask you the same thing. What are you doing over here? I followed you guys after you left the academy and ended up settling here. I've been focusing on my art ever since. Don't have to think about the bar here or anything. It's perfect. Do you want to come on board? So you're the ones flying that thing? Sure, I'll join you, under one condition. This area is supposed to be a quarry, as you'd expect. You can find high quality stone around here. I need some for my next big project, but it's too dangerous for me to go in there. So you guys are gonna get me some in my place. Okay, I guess we're getting rocks. That's fine. If I can't create, that's only gonna distract me, which I can't imagine would make me very productive. Well, sure, we'll help you out. We'll go find some rocks. Why not? How hard could it be to find some rocks, right? Kind of weird being here again after what went down last time. The strange wind still seems to be as prevalent too. Fire elements are in fact as well. Okay. Destroy the pots.
Here they come! Careful, everyone!
Okay, there's a lot of them. There's a whole lot of them.
Line forward! They're open! Let's go, Reed! Leave it to me!
My turn.
Gale.
Second form. Gale! Now's our chance. Here.
Of course!
Ethereal Blaze.
Go for it! Here's our chance!
You're mine! Leave this to me! Break! Now's our chance!
I'll back you up!
This is it!
Nice.
Here I go.
It should be linked like this.
All right. My turn.
It's my turn!
Leave it to me.
Can we get to it at all?
My turn.
Nope. Nope.
Right.
We can probably do this though. Beautiful.
That takes care of them.
Great!
Exactly how it should.
Done.
Got some level ups. More pots. To be destroyed. Hi.
Winds, give us your blessing.
Oh, spiders.
Here I go.
Why did it have to be spiders?
Now! You're mine!
It's my turn.
Alright, you can't. That's a little bit annoying. Let's do this then.
Life force! Now!
I'll back you up. It's my turn. Huh? Here's our chance.
Here! Leave this to me! Take this! Let's move!
It's my turn. Huh?
Oh my god. How'd you miss?
Yeah, there!
Emma.
I go where the wind takes me.
Why would you miss? Okay, so what is this chest for? Emma uses Phi Gaius. We don't have uses with us.
Bring it on!
Okay, so we'll need to make sure that we have uses.
There!
All right.
They're open!
I'll back you up.
This is it! It's my turn! Huh!
Here I go. How about this? We should be safe now.
I'm just getting started.
And there's another exit out.
It's a fight they want. Leave it to me.
Savage Fang.
Let's move.
Then Gale.
Second form. Gale.
Into burst. Kills everything. Oh, well, not everything, apparently.
Take this!
It's my turn.
I did not think anything would live, but apparently it did.
Let's keep going.
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay, so my hope is that when we're outside here, we can call upon the courageous again. Yeah, we can.
That treasure chest is absolutely beautiful.
Volcanic rain. So we can adjust the party. So instead of Elliot, we can get uses. I think that's all we needed, right? So we have Emma, Phi, uses, and Gaius, I think was what they said.
Sit! Stay on guard and don't get cocky! Let's move!
Burn to ash.
Fall! Now's our chance! You're mine!
Too slow. It's my turn.
Savage Fang. Which delays them.
Leave this to me!
Then you go shoot this.
Take this!
It's my turn.
And then shoot this one.
Let's move.
Beautiful.
Okay, it's
The
safe for
double vanish. Amazing.
I'm so glad.
Success.
That is crazy luck. Getting double vanish from random status.
Bring it on. Let's move. Second form. Gale! Now's our chance. You're mine! It's my turn. Take this!
It's my turn.
Now!
I'll back you up!
Okay, we should have this easy.
I did it! No complaints here.
Okay, please tell me I did this correctly. I'm gonna use this V, guys. Yes.
Very well. I will
Oh,
serve as
those
your
are some big lads right there.
Eliminating targets. Now. I'll back you up.
Let's see how they do against Lord Alberian.
Great towers.
How do you fare against the might?
Rest in peace.
Okay. They held up pretty well.
I'll handle this. Now's our chance. Don't let it pass.
Leave it to me. Okay.
Ooh, they're very weak to that. They're so weak to that.
Activate.
It's my turn.
Okay.
Okay. Arcus, activate.
Another one. Doing a lot of damage there.
Leave it to me.
If this doesn't kill, I might have to do the ultimate, but hopefully it does. Nice. Easy victory.
Targets eliminated. Let's
Good job,
get going.
Fee. La Forte R and Voice Breaker too. Oh my god. So much bonds. Okay, so what did we get? Something... Voice Breaker. Strength plus 15 can cause arts minus 25%. Kind of grain and Lafort. Raise attack. Strength plus 10. You know what? You can have this. And then... uses, you can have Voice Breaker and Tier R and I don't know what else, to be honest. Back one. Just some stuff that I have lying around. Impede one. He gets the leftovers.
My turn. There. Ha! Now. You're mine. It's my turn. Take this. Now's our chance. Breathe. Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Here I go.
It's my turn.
And then this spider. I don't think it's worth doing anything other than just attacking here.
They're open.
Yeah.
I'll back you up.
Easy kill.
Yeah.
A matter.
Let's go up here.
There's a treasure chest close by.
Monster chest.
It's a fight they want.
Oh, this
right.
is... Okay. Okay, well, let's do Gilstorm into Calamity Hawk.
My turn.
And then you can do True Autumn Leaf Cutter.
There. Ha! Now. You're mine. You're finished. Leave this to me.
Millbreaker.
Break. Now's our chance. Got you.
Of course.
Arts. Crystal Flood. No, that's a bit excessive. I don't know, actually. Let's do Luminous Ray. Get rid of those guys. Pew.
My turn.
Now. You're mine.
It's my turn.
Okay, and that's that.
Huh? Here's our chance.
Here.
We're doing so well.
I'm just getting started.
I'm so glad. Success.
Pandora? What could that be? Offensive arts do more damage. Damage increased by 50%. Consumed EP multiplied by 1.5. Oh. If you want an offensive spellcaster, then that is very, very good. Though Mirage is very nice too. I think I prefer Mirage for her at least. Maybe I'll get someone else to be an offensive spellcaster. Die, pots! Die! Is that excessive? Maybe. Excessive pot breaking. Pot breaking intensifies. They didn't even do anything wrong. They were just pots. Uh-oh. Oh no. Could it be a boss fight, perhaps? Oh god, it's a giant spider. Of course it's a giant spider. Why am I surprised?
This one will take everything we have.
Here I go.
Well, motivate.
All right, let's do this.
Leave it to me.
No, you don't.
Nice.
Right.
Good dodge. Then we overdrive.
Overdrive!
I want to Mill Breaker right into the main spider. Defense down. Love to see it.
Got you.
Then
My turn.
I will do Spirit Unification.
Here I go.
We just hit this spider and go straight into Burst.
Let's go, everyone! Leave it to me! It's my
GG's.
turn.
Another Mill Breaker.
Break! Now's our chance! Got you! Leave it to me.
You just hit them.
Here I go.
Crescent Shell.
Oh, Moon, shield us from harm. Crescent Shell.
My turn.
Then you hit like this. And then go for straight up absolute destruction here. Die, spider. 31,000 damage. That was pretty good. We're summoning more little spiders? That's fine. That's fine.
All right.
I don't really care about the little guys.
Here I go.
Actually, just keep hitting the spider. I could end it already, but
You're mine! Now!
I'll back you up.
Leave this to me!
energy shell just to heal up.
Hang in there, everyone!
Thanks.
They missed.
You're mine! Now!
I'll back you up. Of course.
Amazing. And Serene Blessing.
Blessing of the moon.
For good measure.
Thanks.
Leave it to me.
Savage Fang.
Take this! They're open!
I'll back you up.
Here I go.
And then Flame Impacts.
Burn to ash. Fall!
Never mind, okay. I thought they would do more.
Too slow. Now's our chance. Arceus, let's go.
All right. Eat that!
Okay, we're gonna have to do ultimate shot here. Bang bang.
Hope you're ready!
Die, spiders. Be gone.
You're finished!
The best way to deal with spiders is a shotgun, right? Is that correct? I mean, according to Machias it is. And he's pretty smart.
All right, let's keep moving. Great! I'm just getting started.
Hunter Wing. Force the power of Zeo the Hawk. Oh, nice.
Exactly how it should.
I feel stronger. Done.
You can get the Hawk to help us. Strange. Is it me, or did that thing resemble the one we fought during our field study? It's possible the two are related. Anyway, it looks like we found what we came for. The spider must have swallowed it. Why would it swallow a rock? I can't believe it. The evil Jinn was said to have a taste for rock after all. Was it? Do spiders have a taste for rock? I guess this one might have. I'm not sure why, though. This is about as good as I could have hoped for, I'd say. I should be able to make the finest work yet with this. Time to get right to work, improving my work area. Wait a minute. We had a trade kind of thing going on, remember? You were supposed to be joining us? Alright, I forgot. I'm amazed you can say that with a straight face after the hassle we just went through. It's a pleasure to welcome you on board. I found something of interest that might come in handy. I'll explain the details later. We'll see you on the Courageous. Okay, well, that was a little bit of a side tangent. But it is time to go. It is time for me to go have some food. I am hungry. Let's see. Where can I send you all? I think I will send you over to Combat. Even though I did raid him very recently as well, I don't see any other good people to raid except for Nikki, who I also raid. Combat is ending. What the heckers? Combat. Okay, fine. I guess I'll send you over to Nikki then. Okay. I'll do that. Nikki's playing some Code Vein. Yeah, I saw that Combat was raiding. Just as you said that. Thank you, Samit. I've played Code Vein myself before. It is an interesting game, to say the least. It is cool, but very strange. Go say hi to Nikki for me. Send some love over there. She's great. Yeah, go say hi. Maybe give a follow if you're so inclined. I will be back tomorrow with more of the Trails series. Hopefully we'll be able to fly around a bunch and do things. Now that everything is opened up, I hope we can get through a lot very quickly, because this is basically like mid-game. This is like the meat of everything, so we'll be able to do a lot. Less talking, more doing, right? So let's do that. Anyway, go have a great rest of the weekend, rest of the day. I will be back tomorrow, as I said. Hopefully I'll see you then. And as always, stay cozy, stay safe, stay hydrated, and I will see you some other time. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye.